after Ganao denied being fist bros with his last partner that ended up like this. So Stark and Ganao are forever bounded by the fist and the triple B's of the big beautiful baddie in Matode. His consent to engulf all of Frieren's adorableness in between her suffocatingly good smell, caress the head of the feet goddess, and unleash Fern from very, very, very far away. Where one part of a journey ends really just becomes a we'll see you again, as we now move on to one of the most pivotal storylines that encompasses everything we currently understand about demons and if they can truly coexist with humans. The Golden Land arc ranges from chapter 77 to 104. It highlights one of the 7 demon sages' desire to coexist with humans in Macht, and to the extent that he can develop these human emotions, while someone like Solitar, who has been studying humans for ages, would like to see him try, or not. All the while, like in the Divine Revolte arc, where Ganao, with the support of Matode, was the centerpiece of that storyline. The Golden Land story will be revolving around Denken and his efforts to try to uplift Macht's Golds from his hometown next to the fortress city of Weiss, where he wants to visit his wife's grave. But before we get to see an entire town that is turned into gold, now it begins in chapter 77, A Thunder of Dragons. There are some side quests in the way, but a very pivotal moment for how the Golden Land arc begins. The chapter's cover shows a sleeping Frieren, who has magic brained herself to sleep. It is currently 30 years after the death of Himmel the Hero in the Northern Plateau and Dragon region. As we all know about the Northern Plateau, danger is normalized, and in this case, it's dragons. Yes, dragons with an S, and by a thunder of them. This guy with the glasses is requesting Frieren's party to take down these thunder of dragons. As you can see, this entire village got wrecked by a slew of them. Scary. Frieren sees how terribly destroyed the village is, but home is home. Like many times before, like how Frieren and Stark felt about the bow shaft incident. They just want to help out. However, nothing comes free, even if your village is like half blown away. So Frieren asks about their wonderful selection of grimoires. We got a tongue twister one that won't let you fail saying it. It's completely useless, Fern says, but we know Frieren is a sleut for grimoires. It's a deal. Stark calls her out for always putting her body on the line just for some lame magic, but the journey continues and the dragons are that way. Frieren uses a mana trace that will allow them to track them down. There's a montage of Frieren using her mana detection ability as they eventually head straight into the forest right on ahead. It took Stark a very long time to say something nice to this older lady, and saying that magic is actually pretty cool and useful. Frieren's caretaker tells them, don't praise her so easily because it's bad for her edumacation. Frieren gives a disturbed look on her face, but is still focused enough to have a lock on the general direction of the dragons, which leads to another montage in the bushes, walking on logs, floating Stark across, walking in a flying V formation until being put in a very familiar situation as they look on behind the bushes. It's a thunder of dragons! There they are. They're like the hyenas of dragons. They're all small, unlike that big red one. Shall we begin? Stark, you know what to do. Stark enters the fray and tells Frieren, make sure you're a shooter this time. It's not like Frieren had to shoot the first time. Stark boops the dragon on its head. And the next panel is a large explosion, followed by the particles of death. The village looks less thrashed, and Stark conveniently had a church nearby to help heal one half of the Fist Bros. Fern is once again flabbergasted by Stark's ability to handle head to mouth, and Stark agrees. With the amount of battle damage Stark ends up taking, how the hell does it keep on surviving? Turns out Eisen was the same and came away unscathed by being gnawed on by a dragon. The village man came back with what gets Frieren excited: the grimoire of all grimoires. Titty twister twisted tightly, twisting twice and twisting thrice, twisting till they tangle tight. As they move forward through the northern plateau, Fern brings up the question of why she always asks for rewards when she helps someone. Quite simply, that's just what Himmel the Hero would do, a saying that we are pretty much used to at this point. All three are surprised that someone like Himmel would suggest such a thing, and so it flashes back to Frieren asking Himmel the same exact question. If I receive a reward, then they don't owe me anything. What we seek is to help people, not words of appreciation. If you are putting people in a form of debt, is that truly helping them? That's why Frieren accepts any kind of reward, even if it is a useless one. Except, is it? Now, to the prelude of the Golden Land arc, somewhere in the woods outside of Denken's hometown, he meets up with first-class mage Lernen and second-class mage Edel, who specializes in hypnosis magic. Lernen mentions to Denken that he brought Edel to re-examine the fortress city of Weiss and has information that would be useful to him. And so Edel tells Denken to stick out his hand so she can transfer her memories to him. And just like that, Denken received special intel from whatever crazy dangers that led to her receiving those memories. It is now Denken's job to take over the job of maintaining and controlling the Great Barrier that seals the Golden Land, with a warning from Lernen to not do anything unnecessary, along with the warning from Edel to just give up visiting his wife's grave. Denken is well aware of this potentially grave situation he is willingly entering. Both Edel and Lernen walk away with the mindset of Usopp. He's gonna die, and I'm envious of him. I could never defy the goddess of feet. The enemy Denken will have to face is the last and strongest of the 7 demon sages of destruction. It is Macht of the Golden Land. His hometown was transmuted into gold, and he plans on taking him on like he's some hero from a fairy tale. Does this old man have a shonen left in him? Maybe. This marks the beginning of the Golden Land arc, as we won't get back to this moment until chapter 81, as Frieren, Fern, and Stark continue their side questing. Watch my anime episode of this that also breaks down chapter 78, in which we are now at chapter 78, Lake Corridor. Still, 30 years after the death of Himmel the Hero in the Northern Plateau at Lake Corridor, it is storming like crazy, non-stop, as Frieren's party arrived here about a week prior. They asked for this older gentleman to take this across the lake on a ferry, but no, they are asking for a death wish. After being denied and agreeing, they continue on. That eventually leads to the question of why storms are so bad here on this lake. Lake Corridor is the biggest lake in the Northern Lands. It is so large that you can't even see the other side of the shore. It is due to the large mountainous areas on the west and east side of the lake that contributes to these destructive storms that even sink ships when it gets bad enough. Fern points out that using their flight spell to travel across isn't possible either due to the high winds. However, Frieren tells the reality that it would be very difficult even if the skies were clear. Frieren's over 1,000 years worth of mana may be able to fly across, but someone like Fern certainly could not. And so Fern suggests that maybe they can take a detour around the lake, but the bad weather comes from the mountains, so it would be rather than taking a rush detour, it'd be safer to wait here for a few months. With a smile on her face, like she has forever to live, Lake Corridor is a large port town and a trading hub, which means montaging all through winter, where they eat, work out, carry stuff in the rain, get a new staff, sleep on Fern, while Stark plays with swords. Back to the ferryman at the end of winter, where the storm has long past calmed. They ask if he would now take them across the lake, but nothing comes free. It's still a dangerous trip, and it's gonna cost some coins. And you know what that means. Frieren pulls out the results of her magical addiction. This is broke people money, and when Frieren gets bored, she spends a lot of it, like she can outlast her debt collection. The man starts to do what Matode did before for an exchange. But it's not that kind of exchange, it's an exchange for a side quest to go on this deserted monastery, where it is protected by a magical barrier. What's there? Himmel the Hero's lost memoir. Himmel the Hero saved this town during the ferryman's grandfather's time, and it is someone that he had admired since he was a child. Everyone in the town wants that memoir as well, and he wants Frieren's party to obtain it, which leads to Frieren to reminisce and remember that Himmel indeed lost his memoir, and is surprised that out of all the places, it was left in that monastery. Frieren eventually accepts the request on behalf of Team Go for Broke, and the man paddles his way across as Stark sees the spectacle of a fleet on a big ass lake like it's an ocean or something. It is currently peak season for trade and travel, leading the ferryman to drop more teaser for the Golden Land arc, as he makes mention of a rumor that people found a golden land in the north made of gold, leading to more poor people to want to discover misery. Stark asks if that rumor is true. It is just a rumor, as the ferryman has never actually came across a person that has been there, leading the Frieren to look like she knows a lot more about this golden land than what she is willing to speak out loud. They make it to the island where a globe of a barrier is protecting it, as this little globe of barrier becomes kind of like a foreshadowing for the golden land. Fern figures that the barrier itself isn't very strong, with Frieren saying it's just several decades old, and all of them simply just walk in. Everyone ends up walking across in awe of how many books exist there, with everyone eventually coming across a statue of Himmel the Hero. What's right below it? Yes, it is Himmel's lost memoir, confirmed by Frieren to be Himmel's handwriting. What's inside of it? More montage of the everyday life of the hero's party, from walking across the lands, finding out if this is a yacht maker, sleeping like unhealthy bums, snacking across town, and walking through the woods side by side. Frieren has a whimsical look on her face as she reads what Himmel wrote. She delivers the memoir to the ferryman, but he has the look of, that's the elf mage from the hero's party. You can't trick me. Frieren questions what makes him think she's that same mage. It's that sad face she made that gave it all away. It's the look of a person that seems very personal to her, so he suggests that she just keep it. So Frieren asks Fern if she looked that sad, in which Fern responds that yes, just a little bit. Given how many books that were left in the monastery, the ferryman decides to grab other valuable books instead to make up for the fare, and he warns that they need to make it across the shore before the sun sets, because someone will end up unleashing the Kraken, as Frieren gets tied up by the giant taco, all nonchalant, probably saying tongue twisters. She hands over her fate to Stark before they get capsized. Stark couldn't help but complain at the chapter's end that even a lake would serve as a dwelling site for big sea monsters. This chapter serves the motif of another somewhat time waster, one that is filled with a side quest, until eventually they can continue their travels again. At the same time, it is priming us for this Golden Land situation, with the last of the 7 demon sage of destruction in Macht. Himmel's memoir just serves as a symbol that the trivial things in life, they matter too. And so that is what this chapter is about. On to chapter 79, the Great Tor Canyon. It is still 30 years after the death of Himmel the Hero in the northern plateau at the Great Tor Canyon. It's a freakishly big canyon, as you can't even see the bottom of it, standing at Sungzen Metre. It is the deepest canyon on this continent, because the northern plateau is so high up, it's able to birth something so deep. So how the heck will they cross? Once again, high winds are no good for a fight spell. Frieren points out an option to cross the river to get to the upper reaches, but a steep mountain range awaits them, taking them on a long detour. Fern asks how about downriver. It will take them to a 3-kilometer high sheer cliff that faces the ocean with an absolutely amazing view that will ultimately lead them to their demise. It looks like they have no choice but to use up 2 more weeks just to travel across. But actually, Frieren remembers something. Fern asks, what is she referring to? As Frieren continues on, that heading upriver might actually lead them to something that will allow them to cross the canyon way faster. They walk for a bit until they see this gigantic bridge. There it is, a convenient completed bridge. Who's there? Some dude named Gehen, responding back to Frieren that he hasn't seen her in ages. She says the obvious once more, that he completed the bridge, with Fern asking who this fellow is. Specifically, this is Gehen the dwarf, who spent the previous 2 centuries building a bridge across the canyon. And so Frieren brings up a poignant point, that this bridge should be an epic transport hub. Yet, no one is really using it, leading to Gehen to bring up the very problem of having this bridge here. Giant monster birds! Don't forget that this is the dangerous northern plateau where giant birds come out of nowhere to blow merchants over, trying to reach the Golden Land. And just as fast he mentions that, Frieren blasts them away with their Zoltrack. However, they respawn like it's nothing because of a nest nearby. What happens next? Gehen asks Frieren to take it out, as this presents another side quest, but nothing comes free. The reward is a spell that lets you flip pancakes perfectly. It comes with ingredients that will be served to them for breakfast tomorrow. Frieren accepts on behalf of Team Pancakes, and they simply walk across, continuing on a narrow walkway as they inch closer to the monster bird nest. Speaking like it's no big deal, Frieren says, one wrong step and they end up like these poor merchants. Stark asks about why Gehen built the bridge in the first place, and so Frieren concludes that it is likely due to regret, flashing back to the hero's party's interaction with Gehen the first time. Unfortunately, the bridge was still incomplete, with Frieren asking when he plans to finish it. Sadly, he doubts he could finish it in his lifetime because he ran out of money, which mortifies him due to how much longer his lifespan is for a dwarf. Like what Stark just asked, Himmel asks the same question of why he is building a bridge like this. A long time ago, he used to live in a village near the area where demons attacked. The closest garrison was stationed in the city on the other side of town. If there was a bridge, the people of his town could have survived. Now, this leaves Himmel to drop off their earnings they received from some noble's treasured sword from a demon, referencing what happened in chapter 64, which subtly has ties to what the Golden Land arc will ultimately be all about with Macht's character, how demons and humans can't comprehend each other. Like what we learned a couple of chapters ago, Gehen can't accept something he doesn't have anything of value to give back. Obviously, it's the bridge, but obviously, Himmel will be dead. Then obviously, it will go to the one almost immortal elf of the Flat Yacht. Gehen accepts this proposal of the reward of the bridge being accepted by the elf yacht. Back to the present, it's time to show these monster birds that land mammals are better. These annoying caws get spammed with pew pews and lightning strikes and end up crumbling into mana particles. Frieren receives her reward of the flipping of pancakes grimoire, and she asks what Gehen's next plans would be. After 2 centuries, he's about to kick it with the homies back in his village. What? You heard him, Frieren. He's gonna retire and kick it with the homies of his village for the rest of his life. The dude dedicated 2 centuries for something that would be extremely useful for as long as that bridge can last. It's time to chill, which now makes sense to Frieren. So now Team Pancakes can safely save some time and finally walk across that bridge onto chapter 80. Chapter 79 continues to set up Macht's character dilemma with that Himmel the Hero reference from chapter 64. It also just simply incorporated why Frieren keeps accepting rewards no matter how lame it might seem to the general populace. Chapter 80, Holy Snow Crystals. It shows the cover of Frieren, Fern, and Stark's amazement looking at these snow crystals. It is still 30 years after the death of Himmel the Hero in the Northern Plateau at the small snowfield. There is nothing worse than being cold and broke. The amount of funds they have may only stretch up to a week or even less. You Missy, you're wasteful. Well, broke, cold, and in the middle of nowhere. But all of a sudden, Frieren figures out something that leads Fern and Stark somewhere else, where they can conveniently make money. Where is that exactly? Whatever this place is with all these tents, Stark guesses it's a camp for adventurers, and an Oji-san brute stands atop a wooden box and screams to, "Give it their all today!" What's going on? They're looking for holy snow crystals, which are minerals that form in the snowfields of this region, used to make magical potions, kinda like this. This is the only place that people can mine that mineral, so like that mana absorbing crystals, these holy snow crystals are very valuable as well. Stark makes the right conclusion that they will find them to cover their expenses, that Frieren is most responsible for. She calls him naive, that they will simply just come across some, but they are actually hard to find and expensive for a reason. So Stark asks how they're gonna make money then. This leads Frieren to take everyone to the market to see something unusual. They scope out some dudes buying stuff from a vendor, and Stark doesn't see anything unusual about it. But Frieren points out at the prices. As Fern says out loud, 1 silver coin or a loaf of bread. And is it hard bread too? It is 10 times the average cost here. The adventurers here are all loaded because they make their soft bread by mining holy snow crystals. Due to their use, scarcity, and the dangers it takes to mine it with monsters crawling everywhere, the combination of all that is why it is so expensive. So the higher the price, the higher the reward it will be to take out the monsters. So that is something that they can actually do a lot easier as a side quest. And so it leads the Frieren party to take on the request to go to a large vein that only locals know about. The man wants Frieren's party to take out the nest of monsters roaming there. And after taking out the monsters, he also wants Frieren to put up a barrier to prevent people from entering, in which Fern repeats out loud. The man affirms that is what he wants, and Frieren accepts on behalf of Team Broke. Once again, they find themselves cold, broke, and in the middle of nowhere. Fern asks that isn't putting up a barrier unusual, but Frieren concludes that since it usually takes some time to gather workers and funding for mining, it's not actually uncommon for people to secure locations before others come to claim it. And so they march forward to defeating whatever monsters await them, which sparks the classic Frieren montage of a blizzard, fishing, and walking in the middle of nowhere until a giant doggy monster appears before them. You know what time it is? Send in the frontliner. The fact that there was a request to take down this monster must mean it is extremely powerful, meaning that the pay for the risk must be massive. Let's take this woof woof down. Like most simple side quests, Abe Tsukasa keeps it simple, as poor monster doggy removes itself from being domesticated. If Stark says it's strong, I guess it's strong. Unfortunately for them, it's nighttime already, and so they have to camp here for the night until the sun rises. It's time for wakey wakey, but Frieren wants more sleepy sleepy. They peek outside of their tent only to find the sparkling beauty of the holy snow crystal vein being lit up by the sunshine. It's beautiful, isn't it? It flashes back to the hero's party in awe at the same beauty, with Himmel stating that they only wanted to make enough money to cover their expenses, but they ended up seeing something even more beautiful that inspires them even more to defeat the Demon King, so everyone can freely and safely see this heavenly spectacle. Going back to the present, Frieren states that not everyone can see it, as people will likely come here to mine it, so they put up the barrier and go back to claim their massive reward. The man gives Frieren a big bag of coins, which is not a good idea, giving it to a degenerate magic lover that is willing to give up her body. It says something to throw Frieren off, that he wants to actually protect the vein. They are not going to mine it, as the man is actually from this region, and it does more good to inspire people rather than get rid of its beauty. He is grateful and thankful to Frieren's party for preserving what is almost like a national treasure of his homeland. Frieren feels really good about the situation, but maybe too good, as she comes back with a magical item that she deems to be a rare find, meaning she spent 10 times the amount, also meaning they are still going to be quite broke. This chapter was all about understanding value and the beauty of inspiration over purely making money. But now, we are finally done with the preliminary side questing and have finally reached to what the Golden Land is all about. It is chapter 81, The Golden Land, featuring Denken's Dilemma as the cover. It is still 30 years after the death of Himmel the Hero in the Northern Plateau. At Weiss region, a squirrel pulls up to deliver another request from the Continental Magic Association. It's actually just a request from first class mage Lernen, who is trying to make a name for himself by yeeting Frieren. It doesn't seem like an official request from the Continental Magic Association, so Frieren is reluctant to want to accept it. Especially, he tried to put a hole in Frieren's shoulder. But Frieren's weakness, a grimoire. As a reward, Frieren accepts and they continue walking through the woods, only to find jackpot. Everything is golden. Like that ferryman before that mention of the rumor, Frieren reveals what she knows, in that this is the fortress city of Weiss. 50 years ago, Macht, one of the 7 demon sages of destruction, turned this messed up city into gold in a blink of an eye. It was the Continental Magic Association that ended up managing this great barrier around the Golden City, with Macht still sealed inside. Frieren is ultimately surprised that out of everyone from the Continental Magic Association, it is Denken that is the one managing the barrier. He explains that he did everything he could to convince Serie to allow him to be the keeper of the barrier. Denken's hometown is actually within the Golden Land. Outside of the lodging, they peer over the cliff to see this ironically, amazingly beautiful Golden Land, with Denken telling Stark that the fortress city of Weiss was governed by his father-in-law, Lord Gluck, while his actual hometown is at the northernmost end. In that mansion over there is where his wife and himself dwelled, eventually leading to his village being engulfed by the Golden Land only a few years prior. Fern brings up the point everyone is thinking, that the barrier should be sealing the Golden Land with Macht inside, but Denken provides the specifics. The Continental Magic Association barrier only seals Macht inside, leaving the ever-expanding Golden Land to keep on growing. Every year, someone needs to adjust the size of the barrier. Frieren agrees with this method and knows that it is a counter to what Serie would typically do. Denken goes on further that the keeper of the barrier is allowed to pass through the Golden Land, so he's already seen his wife's grave in his hometown. But is it satisfactory? Probably not. Frieren gets to the point that she will not agree to help Denken fight Macht if it gets to that decision. For the first time in a long time, Frieren feels that the danger is just way too great to accept Lernen's request and tells Fern to give the grimoire back. Fern and Stark are absolutely shocked by this sudden reversal, but you can't enjoy magic if you're dead. Even Stark, who is always afraid, thinks Frieren is overreacting for wanting to help Denken. But look at this! This massive demon is standing right over Frieren, and as we can see here, her arm is golden, revealing that Frieren has already once lost to Macht of the Golden Land. It's the mind-blowing reality that someone as powerful as Fern's master could lose and be afraid of someone that is stronger. Macht is one of 11 mages who have defeated Frieren, with the Elder Sage of Corruption and Qual also being one of them. It is something Frieren can't imagine doing. So the best bet to defeat Macht is to keep him sealed inside the fortress city of Weiss and wait however many centuries it may take to ensure victory. Frieren is guessing that Macht's mortality will eventually catch up to him before everything turns into gold. So that's probably what Serie's plan is too. Before Fern can finish what she thinks, Denken steps in to say that is what he used to think as well. He's a far more heartless man than most people think. After his wife passed away, it took him a really long time to return to his homeland, as he's not that admirable man who would faithfully visit his wife's grave. He kept telling himself that he would return, but day after day, he didn't, and used this role within the empire as an excuse not to go. Here, we catch a glimpse of the current emperor. Maybe it's those fond memories he had with his wife that he was too afraid to confront. He further discloses that an old friend of his informed him that his hometown finally turned into gold. That old friend seems to be first-class mage Lernen. That is when in his old age, he finally made the decision to come back. This imperial mage, one of the most influential people in the world, feels that he is truly heartless. He only took on the role as the keeper of the barrier, not for some heroic end to defeat Macht and save his hometown. He did it to give up on everything else. In his mind, if he could see how his home has changed, he could accept the fact that those fond memories with his wife are gone, that he never decided to come back until half a century later, wanting to spend his final moments here. But he saw everything was golden, and it flashed a wave of memories of what used to be in this same exact spot with his wonderful wife. So nothing has changed about what he truly wants to do. Emphasizing even more, nothing has changed. The memories are still stuck and treasured within Denken's being. He saw the church where he wed his wife that turned golden. He doesn't understand how he has lived trying to escape something he knows were some of the greatest memories he's had. It's a real genuine feeling of something he wants to protect, which sparks a Frieren flashback. Remember the blue moon weed flower and the field of flowers spell? Himmel asked Frieren to use it, which leaves Himmel to comment with a grin that he's never seen that look on her face before. It's her master's favorite spell, so she tries not to use it because it reminds her of the great mage Flamme, who taught her how to be a degenerate. Even though there is a sadness to the fact that her master is gone, she feels calm. But Himmel's words would make her even more so. He doesn't know what kind of journey Frieren has had, but living that long probably has lots of trials and tribulation. But she is forgetting the simple thing. That simple thing being that Frieren was genuinely happy being with her master, and that's okay. It's okay to remember the fondness and feel the affinity for something you treasure, and feel hurt by the fact that something is now gone. After Denken and Frieren's reminiscing of happy memories of the past, Denken apologizes to everyone for stopping them on their journey, and that Lernen only asked for aid out of concern for him. He has always intended to fight this battle alone, and it's not like he doesn't have a lot of intel and not going to be careful about it. He doesn't want to get yeeted before seeing the true colors of his hometown again. Yet, Denken's words hit home, and Frieren ultimately agrees to help him out. They can come up with more ways to increase their rate of success, and if anything, they can hit him with the N-word. Miguelo! That marks the end of chapter 81, which delivers the entire plot of the Golden Land with Denken wanting to liberate the entire area that has been turned into gold and defeat Macht. Memories of the best times in your life are important to protect, even if they are a thing of the past. Liberating the Golden Land and defeating Macht would be like saving those cherished memories. Chapter 82, Dia Golds, the spell to transmute all creation into gold. It's a chapter that obviously explains Macht's ability to turn matter into gold, and on the cover, young Denken and young Lernen. The cabin that everyone is next to is for the keeper of the barrier. Most people don't actually stay there though, because you know, Macht. Denken has only heard that mages would just show up to adjust the barrier and then leave. I mean, who could blame them? Everyone understands how frightening it could be with the proximity of being too close to Macht. Any mage would find it uncomfortable, which makes Fern look really uncomfortable. Stark asks if she is okay, as she looks extremely pale since they got there. But she'll be okay. Denken apologizes because the Golden Land is indeed disturbing to say the least. Someone like a warrior, like a Stark, wouldn't understand, as it has little to no effect on him. He goes on to assume that it is only a mage thing, and that Macht must be emitting some kind of insane amount of mana. But Fern says it is the opposite. What makes everything so disturbing is the fact that she cannot sense Macht's mana at all. Although the barrier is up, even from this distance, she should be able to sense him, because the spell used to turn everything into gold is so enormous, yet there is no mana detection. She can't perceive the golden land as mana. She sees it as an actual gigantic lump of gold. It's not magic. At least that is the perception of it, like Frieren says. To put it simply, they're seeing something that is supposed to be magic as not magic. Breaking down Macht's ability, he is using the spell Dia Golds. It's a curse that turns everything into gold. Stark gives this knowledge of curses as a type of spell used by demons and monsters that humans haven't figured out how they work. But Denken puts it more succinctly that a curse is just a general term for spells that change the state of living beings and matter, like putting someone to sleep or turn a target into a stone. If it was an ordinary curse, the magic of the goddess used by priests could dispel it. Many people were transmuted into gold by Macht in the Golden Lands during the war against the Demon King's army. Till this day, many people remain as statues and have never been restored, which means, Fern, Dia Golds cannot be dispelled. Even with the magic of the goddess, it's the most powerful curse Frieren knows of. I would like to point out that this is where a major fan theory occurs. About who? The hero of the South. If the hero of the South turned into gold, and if everything can eventually be reversed, that means he could still be alive. Since mages can't see Dia Golds as magic, it's impossible to block with defensive spells or to dodge it. It is with this ability that makes him the strongest of all the 7 demon sages of destruction. Frieren just doesn't believe they stand a chance at winning, and that they need to bring Serie herself. But Denken stops her short to explain more of the details. His predecessor in first class mage Lernen investigated the interior of the Golden Land before he took over as the keeper of the barrier, in which second class mage Edel accompanied him, wanting to start at the very beginning. Frieren tells him to just start with the conclusion first, leading back to the scene where Lernen and Edel are traveling back to Albers. Edel speaks with relief of never going back to investigate the Golden Land again. Lernen points out that she was able to give Denken insightful information that will lead him to save his hometown. Edel notices how much Lernen has an interest in Denken and asks, why? Young lady, that is a long story, but one they actually have a few days anyways, because getting back to Albers. He was an Imperial mage, like Denken, at a young age. Both started working there around the same time. Denken came from the Imperial army and was from a wealthy noble family. Status aside, they actually still ended up getting along well and enjoyed working together. Although Lernen had many talents, he lacked social skills. I mean, we've seen firsthand, and lost his position at a young age. Through all of Lernen's woes and struggles, Denken was there to stand by him. It was during that time he would appreciate all of this kindness and want to repay him back. Denken was just as odd as himself, but Lernen didn't have the same drive and enthusiasm as he did. With the fact that Denken was a devoted husband, much of the time he would be proud to talk about his love for his wife. Even after his wife passed away, that love and fond memories of her never left him, and often state that he wanted to go back to his hometown one day. Lernen actually misses those times, and Denken rarely, if ever, talks about those great memories anymore. At last, it took him a mere 50 years to return. It is difficult to face the reality of something lost almost an entire lifetime ago. That is where Lernen repeated what Denken mentioned in the previous chapter about finding out that his hometown turned into gold a few years prior, which forced him to come back home. It is due to their special friendship and how much the memories with his wife means to Denken that Lernen wants to help him bring back those wonderful memories and undo Dia Golds. In Edel's eyes, maybe it's way too late. It's totally way too late. Lernen agrees, but it's now or never for Denken. Humans are bound by a limited lifespan, and there is no such thing as someday. Someday tomorrow, in a blink of an eye, turns you into Gramps. Lernen also shares his regrets of putting off repaying his kindness to Denken. He too thought there would be that someday, but someday can mean they are dead because of old age. Everything is about the present, the now. It is why he has helped give the keys to Denken to give him the opportunity that has all been transmuted by Macht's Dia Golds. Simply put, Lernen says, this is our final battle against the inevitable, as feeble old men. He's even thinking about what Denken might think when he finally sees his entire hometown filled with great memories turned into gold. Surely, this bolder and more ambitious old man could show that he has one last piece of shonen in him before the inevitable old age takes him. Something Lernen believes he can't do himself. Back to the scene of Denken, Frieren, and Fern and Stark discussing these matters. The bottom line is, it's impossible to defeat Macht. That is Denken's conclusion. As Frieren says, dismissed. But Stark is all of us. We want the truth, and nothing but the truth of this whole story. This marks the end of chapter 82, where we learn about Macht's Dia Gold ability to turn the entire thing into a golden land. The lore surrounding what a curse actually is and how it affects them as mages. Lernen delivers the backstory of his friendship with Denken that may have massive implications that could extend even beyond the Golden Land arc. Onto chapter 83, the Stone Bracelet of Servitude. The cover features the star villain of the arc looking at a stone bracelet of servitude placed on him. After Frieren forced Denken to start with the conclusion first before a long-winded backstory ensues, he continues on that while it's true that they cannot defeat Macht, their situation has changed to unlikely to lose, attributing that to the new intel he has received. Frieren questions this contradictory statement, in which Denken starts to satiate Frieren's curiosity as to why he is still alive, since Frieren fought Macht herself. And so Fern asks, what does he mean? Like Denken already said, he went inside the Golden Land to visit his wife's grave already. Macht's mana detection covers the entirety of the Golden Land, and his skills are so precise that Frieren wouldn't be able to trick him. Meaning Mahato showed up to Denken's wife's grave at the same time he did. They had a face-to-face moment while Macht is actually hunched over, bowing to Denken like he is his servant or something. Macht actually allowed Denken to leave, and as it stands, has no intentions of yeeting him if he goes sees his wife. The way he speaks, it almost sounds like he knows of Macht personally. That is why Denken wanted to explain the full context in detail from the very beginning, Frieren, as these circumstances are quite a bit more complicated. But he'll start with the current situation with Macht and the Golden Land. It was during the time when the Continental Magic Association was first established 50 years ago that they were the ones that sealed Macht inside the fortress city of Weiss. Ever since then, all they've ever done was just manage the barrier. Then, Lernen took it upon himself to investigate the interior of the Golden Land. It was through the memories of Edel, a second-class mage, that he was able to receive the report. This sparks a flashback of those very memories. Unfortunately, it starts with girls being girls, minus the two baddies. Edel, Luine, and Kane are looking at some cute-shaped desserts made from a bakery. Kane chose a kitty, and Luine chose a bunny. And there the bunny ears go into the mouth of a ningen. Kane is devastated, but Edel too loves cute things like teddy bears. Lernen quickly made the decision to buy 3 animals, one of each. But to Edel, that is so bougie. Sorry, Stark. This is an unskippable cutscene. Frieren explains that memory transference is an advanced spell, as it is hard to pick things out. The memory tends to start from a scene that left an impression on the caster, or is just some comedic relief, because we're basically talking about like some kind of murder mystery thing going on here. Anyways, Frieren prefers to skip these memories too. Lernen passes along those cutesy bakeries to Edel, as he will be paying a hefty fee to Edel's family after she helps him. It seems like this isn't Edel's first rodeo doing something with the Continental Magic Association, and specifically working with Lernen. It is Lernen's personal request to do the job, and so Edel quickly tries to deny it. Unfortunately, when you are like a genius level hypnosis user, especially better than any of the first class mages, you are highly sought out for your talents. Edel offers the crazy older lady Methode, and it flashes back to the time she got head patted by the hand of the triple B's, the big beautiful baddie and Methode. Lernen clarifies that Methode isn't really an expert hypnosis user, and definitely not as crazy as other first class mages. Edel figures it must be hard on Lernen, but he answers back that it's not actually so bad, and he enjoys it quite a bit because he's the craziest of them all. This eventually leads to Edel asking about the request. The request is about the Golden Land. She questions if there is anything she can actually be of use of, since hypnosis only really works on humans. Remember, since a Spiegel clone, Lernen just states that she can't control the minds of demons, with Edel affirming hypnosis spells only work on humans or creatures similar to them. It doesn't affect demons because they are a different form of intelligent life with different origins and mentalities. Humans could guess what demons are thinking, but we can never empathize with them. How would one be able to even imagine controlling their minds? Lernen agrees and tells her that that's not the job he wants her to do though. And so this takes us on a mini montage to a place where it shows a replica of the stone bracelet of servitude. There is actually a magical item that can control the mind of a demon, and it was created by the legendary Avik the Sage. Avik the Sage is someone we heard about early on when Hyther asked Frieren to decipher some old texts, and was mentioned during the first class mage exam of his heroic tales in chapter 50. A magical item that can control a mind of a demon. Of course, something like that was abused. The stone bracelet of servitude was used by the lord of the fortress city of Weiss, who was taken in by greed. He used it on the demon that can transmute anything into gold. He rebelled and turned everything into gold in an instant. According to the survivors, Macht still has that stone bracelet of servitude on. The replica here isn't as strong as the original, but it still has the same magical structure that the one Macht has on. Regardless of humans not being able to understand the minds of demons, Lernen believes that Edel's expertise in hypnosis should allow her to unravel the structure of the magic that the stone bracelet of servitude uses. If it is undeniably malfunctioning, Edel will be able to fix it. She can't help but feel the magnitude of what is being asked of her, but Lernen tells her giving up is also an option. A carriage takes the both of them towards the Golden Land, where Lernen reveals that he sent first class mage Tao and a group of second class mages ahead to do a preliminary investigation. Someone like Tao, that has plenty of battle experience in the dangerous Northern Plateau, should be able to provide insightful intel. As Lernen and Edel continue their way forward through the woods, they run into a big barnacles. Lernen is surprised that second class mage Fru met him in a place not agreed upon, but she has a report nevertheless. All the second class mages and Tao came across Macht in the Golden Land, and before they were even able to cast their magic, it was over. Everyone else is dead, which he questions why Fru is still alive. She ran away as fast as she could, but Lernen rephrased his questioning as, why did Macht allow you to live? As she carefully considers what Lernen just asked, it becomes clear as she starts turning into gold, and quickly Lernen gets Edel to read her memories before it is too late, and it is indeed too late. Edel mentions that they are outside the barrier as a safety net, and Lernen is apologetic for Fru's suffering, coming to the conclusion that Macht likely used her to serve as a warning to others to not enter the Golden Land, or else. Lernen feels like Macht is completely underestimating him and is actually getting excited to proceed, given this warning. This marks the end of chapter 83 as Lernen and Edel investigate whether or not the stone bracelet of servitude is still working on Macht. Without even seeing Macht lift a finger, he took out a whole group of second-class mages, led by first-class mage Tao, with the passing of Ganal's old partner in Tao, that will roughly dwindle down the first-class mages to about 49. On to Chapter 84, Daredevil, featuring a cover of Frieren and Denken, looking outside the cabin of the barrier's keeper. Lernen and Edel look upon the Continental Magic Association barrier, where Edel breaks down that the barrier was cast to not be perceived by regular people. A land of gold and a big globe barrier would surely attract people to seek out their unforeseen doom. People that live in the surrounding areas are long gone, and so not many people are aware of the fortress city of Weiss. However, those that do catch wind of a land filled with gold pass the perception hindering magic and try to retrieve the gold, and guess what? They all end up dead. The Continental Magic Association Great Barrier was put up to keep demons away, but crafty humans are still able to make their way through, and there isn't anything they can really do about it to prevent them. If people were able to take the gold with them, it would turn into the land of blood. Macht's transmuted gold isn't like normal gold, so there is a way for them to distinguish it. The transmuted gold made by Macht cannot be destroyed, regardless of force or heat. Nothing about it changes. Like what Frieren and Fern mentioned before, analyzing Macht's gold with magic only reads it as gold, even though it isn't. Before entering the Golden Land, Lernen takes Edel to the one last remaining occupant of this region. Here, in one of the homes, lies an old man with small spectacles. He used to work for the Lord of Weiss, the Glucks, as a servant and was on a mission outside of town. So luckily, he survived transmuting into gold. While not actually being close to the people of the Golden Land incident, he is still one of the last survivors with memories around that time. However, due to old age, Lernen worries it may not be as reliable. With the power of consent, like the triple B's of the big beautiful baddie in Metode, the old man allows Edel to read his memories for the sake of saving Weiss. Before taking the old man's hand, she asks how long he worked as the Gluck's servant. 20 years prior, with it being that many years to sift through, he asks when specifically she should be looking for. The old man saw the actual event where the Lord of Weiss put on the stone bracelet of servitude on Macht 60 years ago, and so Edel proceeds with the reading. She peers into the memories and instantly sees Gluck putting on the bracelet amongst a large company of people. It was there Gluck said the words, "I command you to serve the people of the fortress city of Weiss and all their descendants, and you must never commit malicious acts towards us, the people of Weiss. The moment you bear the slightest ill will towards us, you shall end your own life." Edel quickly realized what she heard, that Gluck commanded Macht to not have malicious intent towards the people of Weiss, but he didn't give him the precise command. What is the problem? If this was a human, then there wouldn't be, but as we all know, the mind of a demon is not like a human's. And so she tells Lernen that they should head to the Golden Land, but she's starting to feel like their efforts are in vain due to this revelation, and she stops before leaving to ask one more question. What did Lord Gluck want from Macht in the first place? Apparently, it was a tremendous amount of wealth. With that being said, Edel feels like she has a good idea of what is going on. All of a sudden, they entered the Golden Land, so the threat of Macht is now put on high alert. Edel brings up the point of Lord Gluck wanting endless wealth, but it's quite clear you can't process and use the gold that Macht makes. Like in chapter 80, where Frieren talked about the holy snow crystal's worth being about scarcity and danger, gold is similar for being the currency, so it can be reprocessed into coins or jewelry, even if an entire empire collapses. Essentially, gold's value comes from the rarity and its ability to be reused. Edel picks up Macht's transmuted gold fruit and explains that it's just an imitation that lacks the value of real gold. It's becoming increasingly clear that they lack the true motivation and context behind this incident as they walk through the gold transmuted town. bunch of corpses, impaled and propped up in the air like meat skewers right in front of them. From previous colleagues to daredeviling adventurers, they all face Macht's warning, not enter. And finally, we are at the moment of peak fear. Mahato of the Golden Land appears right behind them. No matter how well they could hide their presence, Macht is disgusted by the fact that he has to yeet a couple of more Ningans. Lernen quickly picks up how he said what he said, with Macht outright saying he doesn't enjoy conflict very much. The impaled statues of people he yeeted oh so brutally is for prevention. That much brutality should have sent people like second-class Mage Fru running for their lives. Disturbing Macht's peace are people like Lernen and Edel that ignore all the gold red flags. Macht takes off his cape and transforms it into a giant sword. In an instant, Lernen gives him a quick blow of his pew-pews. Coming out of the smoke is Macht, with his arm shielding himself from Lernen's blast, with the chapter ending with one last dramatic quote that being called a daredevil is the best compliment he has ever received. The chapter broke down the inner workings of the barrier, what it prevents in demons, and how humans are still able to enter and leave the Golden Land. Also with the fact that most ordinary people can't perceive the barrier itself. Edel, reading the memories of one of the last survivors of the Golden Land incident, she was able to hear about what Lord Gluck said to Macht when he put on the stone bracelet of servitude. Gluck specifically said for Macht to not commit malicious acts against the people of Weiss, and the discrepancy between Gluck and apparently wanting unlimited wealth with Macht's gold. But the transmuted gold by Macht and the real gold are inherently different. Now they are faced against the last and strongest remaining 7 demon sages of destruction, where first class Mage Tao and the others basically died instantly. One thing we learned in the Divine Revolte arc is that demons can use their magic to create weapons, as it looks like Macht can change his cape into a sword. Chapter 85, Malice begins, featuring Edel eating a bear-shaped bakery. Yum! After the debris from Lernen subsides, there stands Macht, unfazed. Lernen signals to Edel, who is ready to analyze and restore the powers of the stone bracelet of servitude. Even from this far of a distance, he asks how much time he needs to delay him, but it all depends on how much restoring she has to do. Lernen grins that it could be a drawn out fight, that he's ready to rumble. And poof, Macht appears right before Lernen and tosses him in the air. The man that gave Frieren the hole in her shoulder starts blasting off pew-pews against Macht, with Macht swinging his sword while Lernen's defenses hold up. The inner dialogue begins and he realizes that Macht isn't trying to turn him into gold, but add him to the collection of statue meat skewers, not even seeing him as a real threat. But this plays into Lernen's goals, who is here to just buy time, and he shoots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pew-pews, and whoosh! Macht changes his sword back into a cape to deflect. Lernen isn't some master of magic, but his ability to buy time is unmatched. Macht acknowledges that Lernen's strategy is actually of an annoyance, and is already realizing that he isn't trying to fight to yeet, the same way he isn't instantly going for transmuting him into gold. More pew-pews descend, and once again Macht finds his way into Lernen's grill to politely ask him, what are you actually after? Floating in the air, the last 7 demon sage is held at bay until he decides to knock him all the way down to the ground. Macht finally deduces that they are trying to fix the stone bracelet of servitude, but like what Edel worried about in the previous chapter, your efforts are indeed in vain. Edel notices this too to deliver the bad news, but that's not exactly something Lernen wants to hear, as Edel continues that the stone bracelet of servitude is working perfectly. The hypnosis spell used on Macht still works, so Lernen states the simple fact that Macht shouldn't be able to bear any malice towards the people of Weiss, and that turning everyone into gold should be an act of malice. Both are actually surprised, but Mr. Golden Land himself explains. Demons know of the word malice, but the concept of it does not compute. Demons don't feel malice, and it's not an emotion that exists for them. So the second class mage explains that demons were originally monsters that preyed on people by tricking them with words. Deceiving and yeeting ningens is instinctive, biologically wired into the DNA of demons. There is no need for an emotion to hurt people. To demons, killing people is like eating or sleeping. The concept of malice is not integrated within demons because it is not a needed attribute for their survival. Lernen asks if she can add another command, but only the original user and Lord Gluck can do that. Macht asks if they are done discussing what to do after learning about the stone bracelet of servitude, in which Lernen decides it's time to run. Their goal was just to gather more intel, and Macht doesn't look too pleased. Lernen was hoping that maybe he would be able to take him down, but taking down someone as strong as Macht that defeated Frieren before is aiming a bit too high, as he's naturally been a coward who just hides behind the scenes. He summons the same golem, like in the first class mage exam, to escape this almost impossible situation with the new information. Good thing for them, they haven't revealed everything that they can do, as Lernen and Edel hide behind the golem. One day, he plans to return and continue finding something new about Macht, which leaves Macht utterly speechless. In an instant, the golem is cut in half, along with a deep slash to Erich Gigi. Why would Macht allow the two to escape that easily, with blood gushing from Lernen? And falling back, he reminds Macht that he isn't the only person battling against him, with Edel surprising Macht from behind. She touches his back, and a light from her hand emits. Edel may not be a strong fighter like what we saw in the first class mage exam, but she is way braver than this old man with blood dripping from her nose. The golem comes back to life to hold the now unconscious Edel, who has done what no one thought was even possible and read Macht's memories, a demon's memories. After that little maneuver, it seems like there isn't any need to come back to face almost assured death. Lernen praises the incredible second class mage expert hypnosis user of the cute eating bear bakery muncher. She has made everyone proud with everything they need, and he has yet another glass golem of even more power to delay Macht as they make their escape. The debris lifts again with Macht holding the golem sword, which we can assume in black and white is now pure gold. That is where the memory ends. That takes us back to the present of Denken, Frieren, Fern, and Stark. Frieren acknowledges the beyond imaginary ability of Edel's hypnosis prowess to read demons' memories. Stark asks the simple question of why that is so impressive, in which Frieren once again emphasizes the mental structure of a demon's mind is vastly different than a human's. It would be extremely difficult to dive into one and pick their memories. Doing so would make you end up like this. With the sun setting, Denken will continue describing Macht's memories after his other errands are done. What are those errands? He's been meeting face to face with someone within the Golden Land to have a discussion. And who is he having a discussion with? It is none other than Macht of the Golden Land. He's been speaking with a 7-demon sage, meaning he's been wasting his breath speaking with a predator meant to deceive and possibly eat them. However, it's something he's been doing every day and grasping at the hope that something positive can come out of it. That is where chapter 85 ends, as we learn that the stone bracelet of servitude is in fact working, and it all just comes down to the fact that demons don't have the emotional concept of malice. There are great Frieren motifs being used, like Lernen's supposed cowardice that resembles Stark and Eisen, which is why they are so strong. What was most impressive was Edel's courage and how impressive her hypnosis magic really is. This is the first time we get exposed to someone that is so powerful that she's able to steal Macht's memories, which of course will be interesting in the future if faced with a demon equivalent to Edel's abilities. Edel being able to read a demon's memories might be one of the most impressive feats in all of Frieren, and will likely have even further future implications towards other future arcs. About a third way through the Golden Land arc, it is chapter 86, Discussions, featuring Denken, Frieren, Fern, and Stark marching into the Golden Land to meet the last 7 demon sage. Frieren questions what discussions could he be having with Macht. The entire area belonged to the Glucks, including Denken's hometown. Denken is a citizen of Weiss. Frieren brings up the 2 commands Gluck administered onto Macht: to serve the people of Weiss and to never bear any malice towards them. So Fern concludes that although malice doesn't mean anything to demons, serving the people of Weiss probably still works. That could be why Macht has yet to harm Denken, but that would be too easy because he could just command Macht to do as he wished. Frieren already came to that conclusion, and Denken further explains that Macht still hasn't hurt Denken and never accepts any forceful commands. Demons are antisocial creatures by nature, like when Frieren explained before that demon children grow on their own without parents. Servitude to a demon could have an ambiguous meaning. Frieren continues questioning why Denken would keep talking to Macht, knowing all the dangers and interpretations that Macht may perceive differently. He isn't simply trying to defeat Macht, but to revive the people of the Golden Land. If Macht dies and no one comes back, then is that truly a victory? That makes a bit more sense to Frieren on why Denken would willingly face his mortality every day. But Stark ends up asking another important question, that defeating Macht should return the fortress city of Weiss to normal, right? More important, magical lore is dropped as Frieren explains that what happens to magic after the death of the caster depends on the traits of that spell. Some spells may lose effects after the caster dies. The Great Mage Flamme still has effective barriers up, even after her passing, over 1,000 years later. Macht's Diagodes is something that lasts even after he passes away. So the conclusion becomes, Macht is the only one that can undo Diagodes, and it's obviously something that he would never do. So Denken is locked into a stalemate of not yeeting him. Ultimately, Macht is not going to intentionally remove his one piece of survival leverage by undoing Diagodes. To Fern and many others, that is like a hostage situation. It's for a pipe dream that Denken continues hoping that there is a sliver of a chance that he can find a way to free the people of Weiss. As it stands, Denken can't win or lose. However, he's just going to go see Macht anyways. This is when Frieren asks him if she can join him on that trip to speak with Macht. Stark has the right question here. Is that even safe? Denken responds back, if he introduces Frieren as a friend, it's possible Macht won't do anything. But like established before, it isn't a guarantee. He doesn't want her to risk her life for what seems like all risk and no gain. Frieren replies back once more that Denken is also risking those same uncertainties. She actually has a plan, and in order to verify it, there's no other way than to be there in person. Speculating from afar can only get them so far. So Denken is right in trying to see Macht in person for the hope to discover anything that would raise their chances for victory. Denken agrees that they should go together, and Frieren tells the shonen and shoujo just stay put. But there's no way they're gonna let an older lady potentially get clammed without them helping her, even though Stark's body is saying something else. What the elf mage doesn't understand is ya boy is good at running away. Remember chapter 61? One of the last great mages tells young Stark that nothing will happen and she won't start anything either. With that said, Frieren's destructive kiss of Riz apologizes in advance for what she is about to do. And everyone starts to. They all proceed through the Golden Land, led by Denken, to where Macht is awaiting his greeting. It's been such a pattern for Denken to visit that Macht is happy to see an old friend. The 7 Demon Sage asks the Imperial Mage who these 3 people are that is accompanying him. They are his friends, and be sure to treat them with grace, in which Macht obliges. Macht introduces himself as the magic instructor of the Gluck family. This is where Frieren goes straight to the verification. This is not the first time they met, and they fought 600 years prior. Macht excuses himself and doesn't remember Frieren at all. This leads to Frieren to get bold. Would you like me to jog your memory? Macht's welcoming energy just turned into who this is. Fern and Stark jump back in position for battle. Denken looks back at what is occurring and lets everyone know that they're just here to talk, man. With Macht being the first to apologize for their momentary standoff. They all have a nice cushy seat for their tushies to feel comfortable around this cereal-eating demon that turned all of those mages and adventurers into meat skewer statues. So please, before it gets cold. Fortunately for everyone, he doesn't turn teacups and saucers into gold. Lord Gluck was a big fan of them, as Denken ... Stark was already shaking in his boots and calls out Frieren for her antagonizing of Macht. You were trying to fight a dude you said you can't beat, and even Fern was about to need a priest herself. Frieren did say in advance that she would apologize for what she was about to do to verify something. Of course, Macht is right there listening to everything and asks what that was. As we already knew before, Frieren openly tells Macht she can't defeat him, but mentions further that he still has his own flaws. Once again, Macht asks Denken who this puny older lady is with the pointy ears, and they make eye contact for a quick rundown of her backstory. Macht now knows that Frieren is the elf mage from the hero's party that defeated his master in the Demon King. He starts to get fond memories of when Denken used to talk about the adventures of the party of heroes. Frieren is thrown off by this nonchalant manner and even puts it on the table to ask if he feels the need to avenge his king. Bruh. Well, he doesn't give a damn. As we all know, demons are solitude creatures, with fear being the only binding agreeable part about them. Macht has never felt loyalty to him, and he doesn't enjoy conflict. His only wish is to spend his time peacefully within his golden land. But people keep coming to him to turn them into statues, just like these 3 weirdos. He is a self-described pacifist that wants coexistence even before the stone bracelet of servitude was put on him. Frieren has heard this sound and dance many times before from his demon kind. Demons lie as naturally as they breathe. Macht finds it amusing with what she just said, but he's not lying. He reveals that Denken already has the memories that Edel captured. It is indeed true that Macht isn't lying and wants coexistence between humans and demons. Once again, Frieren knows this demon sentiment all too well, as she describes this discussion as hopeless, making him a truly dangerous demon. He wants coexistence, but doesn't want to restore the Golden Land, and he just straight up yeets fools that dare enter his land. Most importantly, he smells like your mother. I mean death. Why kill humans if you truly want coexistence with them? Macht answers back with a question of his own. Why would you ask such a thing? Frieren's inner dialogue has her red flag radars going off as everything is clear to her. Demons are just a completely different species from humans and elves. There is no chance they can ever understand each other, with Denken finally ending the discussion as they make their way out of Macht's mansion. Frieren then asks Denken what his relationship was with Macht before, since they seem rather close. Macht was a mage employed by the Gluck family. He was Denken's mentor. Chapter 86 might be one of the most, if not the most important chapter of this arc, because it addresses the elephant in the room that the whole audience had been wondering about these differences between demons and humans, why they are so different or why they are not. Because why can't everyone get along? Is that even possible? In Frieren's eyes, it's always been impossible. And we now start that exploration of why and why not demons and humans can coexist through the lens of Macht. Chapter 87, Affection, features a cover of what just went down in the previous chapter with the last 7 demon sage of destruction and Macht serving tea to everyone, including some elf girl that he had on her knees that he doesn't even remember about. Right outside of everything golden is the cabin that the Great Barrier's keeper stays in. It's the night stars reflecting off the golden land. Here, Denken reveals that Macht was his mentor. He was the one that taught Denken human spells, which is quite weird that a demon could even use humanity's magic. The older lady asked the younger gentleman how old he is. He'll be 78 this year. The years don't make sense since the stone bracelet of servitude was put on Macht 60 years ago. Macht actually began serving Lord Gluck 80 years prior. It was 20 years after his service that the stone bracelet of servitude was put on Macht. And it was placed on Macht not because of his actions, but because of the dreaded P word, politics. He was actually amicable towards the people of Weiss before the bracelet was even put on him. Not once has Macht defied Gluck's orders, and people like Denken thought it was unnecessary to even put the bracelet on him in the first place. This was an unprecedented situation because the fortress city of Weiss showed that for many years, coexistence with demons existed. Like many times before, when Frieren has something important to say that she ends up holding in, it is ... To the pressing concerns of today, Denken asks Frieren if she figures something out. Yep, it is the same thing even prior to the meeting. Right now, they cannot defeat Macht. If Macht wanted, they could have all been turned into gold then and there. And you still tried to fight the guy? Frieren is still keeping something secret to herself, and Denken calls her out for it. It's not that she's trying to hide anything, it's just that she's uncertain about what could be a victorious outcome. It's something that Frieren reverses back onto Denken, as he probably has a similar uncertain condition to win against Macht because he has Macht's memories. He finally comes clean that he hasn't actually analyzed all of Macht's memories, in which Frieren asks, what does he mean? All of the memories that Edel has captured spanned up to 100 years. That's right, there are a century's worth of memories that are too many to go through in a timely manner. Impressed once again by the genius hypnosis user in second class mage Edel that captured all of that with a simple touch of Macht's back. It would be too long for Denken to analyze it all, so Frieren steps up to help him sift through all of these memories. Like her poor aptitude for using priest magic, she isn't as strong with hypnosis magic either. But when someone's there that can help her, like Denken here, she too can share and analyze memories. Denken gives his thanks and states what all the heroes want. Let's find a way to defeat Macht from the world of his memories. They shake hands and a flash of light starts to engulf the room as the starry sky gleams over the Gluck mansion. Macht is still sitting comfortably on the couch that he deemed was a worthwhile discussion, considering Denken brought more guests. He ponders over Frieren's question of why would you continue to kill humans if you wish to coexist with them. Coexistence comes down to the difference in human and demon sensibilities. That is Macht's purpose and goal, to understand those differences. By now, Macht concludes that Frieren must have his memories. He remains fairly confident through his memories that he didn't actually lie, and proceeds to say the contradicting words of "let's fight to the death for our coexistence." Frieren, show me the answers that I've been seeking. It flashes back to Macht's memories, starting with something trivial like yeeting and burning people, I guess. It's just a normal day at the office, slashing up people on the Demon King's orders. Many towns were destroyed, and this fiery place was just one of a long list of others that met the same fate. Inside the room was a priest holding a nun that said something about malice and guilt. People that meet their end often spoke about it. However, this one priest stood out much more compared to the others. Macht asked the priest, why is he so silent and not begging for his life? In the priest's eyes, Macht just doesn't have a clue and even takes pity upon him. In Macht's blank expression, he just slashed them up like every other human he's done to before. But this interaction with the priest made him question something. He knew the words, not the feeling. It is these human sensibilities that now has unlocked his curiosity towards what he knew and didn't. He knew fear, rage, and even sorrow. In the face of someone that has intent to kill, he knew that it was from anger or hatred. He knows of these words along with some of the feelings as he mows down this soldier nearing clocking out. But what exactly is malice and guilt? Demons lack feelings that are natural to humans. From that moment on, he became infatuated with humans and wanted to study them more. With two children sitting in a fiery hell, Macht gets curious for what these two kids would do. So he demanded the two to yeet each other, allowing the lone survivor to live. He wanted to understand and know what those feelings were. What he felt was affection and started to even like humans. The chapter ends here as we are staring deep into the crux of Macht's character arc that embodies the answer for what makes humans humans and what makes demons demons. Through his perspective is figuring out the contradictions of why it won't work for coexistence between them. This starts Macht's human experiment, which is already a reason why we are so different from each other. Chapter 88, Solitar, introduces a new demon, a greater demon, as the cover teases who this Solitar is. 'Tis yet another town with the sea of coexistence. Macht looks around and thinks to himself, dog, I got nothing. What is this emotion I still can't comprehend? Walking through the village, he eventually stumbles across a daredevil facing his inevitable. A soldier with a bow walks up right behind Macht and introduces himself as Dead Man. Barheit, one of the three great knights of the Northern Lands. Macht has been destroying so many villages in the same region for so long, he has attracted some of the most famous would-be heroes. Macht is totally like, look dude, been there, done that with dudes just like you. I'm actually just trying to leave, so... The truth hits him with an arrow blast, and Macht simply blocks it with his sword. This isn't some would-be hero. This is a man called upon from the Emperor himself to eliminate all of the Demon King's army from the world. He jumps in the air to spam a bunch of more arrows, with Macht dodging at a high speed. Barheit observes that Macht hasn't turned this village into gold. But what is actually the big deal if he did or not? Barheit delivers his truth to conclude that since some villages are gold and some that are not, this must mean that this demon must need some complex conditions to make dia golds work. Continuing his volley of pew-pews of the arrow, he tells the bad guy that he's not going to allow that to happen. Macht grins, and the truth might be stupid. Bruh, what kind of conditions do you think I need? I am Macht of the Golden Land, not Macht of the Tryhard. The truth is confused by the truth. He analogizes moving an arm like Macht does using magic. So Macht tells him he does what he wants, and if he wasn't holding back, then you'd be gold. Why hasn't Macht transmuted him into gold? It's because it would be boring, and that's the truth. Barheit, all of that blood, sweat, and tears culminated into your skills that led you to become brave. It's nothing to Macht's dia golds. Is it even a fight? Is it even fun? Answer the question, German named Truth. In Macht's eyes, this is the kind of fight he despises. It's another day, and Macht finds himself walking by the ocean where a demon is observing a lost SeaWorld employee that's dead and washed up on shore. Macht has heard of some crazy demon that studies humanity and asks if that person is this blue-haired demon girl. Yes, yes it is. Both Macht and Solitar introduce themselves to each other. Macht leaves her hanging, so she has to dap herself up because he's more infatuated with this large fish that he has never seen before. Solitar asks back if this is the first time he has seen one of these and is intrigued that Macht thinks it's a fish. She takes him back to her home, or more like a shipyard that used to be owned by humans. It honestly looks like a museum as Macht asks what these things hanging in the air are. Skeletons. You would think someone that has mass murdered humans and potentially ate them would be aware of bones, but he asks if that big fish earlier is one of these skeletons. One of them is, and the skeletal structures are completely different from each other. Solitar starts using abstract big words like convergent evolution. It is something the Demon King taught to her. That one is a fish and this one is a mammal. This one's ancestors were originally land mammals. Over time, they started living in the ocean, which eventually evolved them into a large fish. So these two skeletons are two completely different creatures, even though they look similar in appearance. Ain't that crazy? It's basically humans and demons. Both have a seat to drink some tea. Apparently Macht asks about the human emotions of malice and guilt, which is a completely dumb question considering what Solitar just explained about convergent evolution. The moment a demon is born should be innate in why demons don't have either. Demons would have gone extinct a long time ago if they felt grief every time they deceived humans. What is this grief? Macht asks. Solitar puts a smile on her face and answers that it is an emotion that they will never understand. Even though demons look like humans, speak the same language, and behave just like them, it's all just evidence that shows that demons evolved to deceive and eat them. Their similar physical appearances are deceptive because demons are far from being human. They are man-eating monsters. Being that they are completely different creatures, it only makes sense that humans have emotions that demons do not. So Macht, is there even a way for you to fathom what the emotions of a winged insect feels like? This is a comparison that Solitar uses to prove something that currently can't exist. This is where Macht brings up the point of why can't they learn to comprehend human emotions. In being able to do so means they can coexist. As demons, they have forever. Solitar has an amused look on her face and calls Macht quite the strange one. Macht's memories takes us back to him likely taking down yet another village with human bodies lying all over the ground. A familiar face only seen in a flashback arrives right behind Macht. Macht of the Golden Land, one of the 7 demon sages of destruction. Schlatt, the omniscient, has come to request his aid in defeating humanity's greatest hero, the hero of the South. Chapter 88 ends here, where we are introduced with another powerful demon in Solitar that has been studying humans for who knows how many centuries. Convergent evolution basically explains how two completely different creatures can evolve to have similar appearances, but be wired completely differently. This is where Solitar and Frieren are in agreement that humans and demons are so different and won't be able to comprehend each other. But here we have Macht that seeks out to develop these human emotions for coexistence. The thing is, Macht's methods from a basic humane perspective is just downright horrid. Now we are faced with another flashback and lore that seems all too irrelevant for this Golden Land arc, but one that was placed in chapter 62 that will have 1,000 years into the future ramifications, as whatever happened when the hero of the South faced all 7 demon sages of destruction, along with Schlatt the Omniscient, remains a mystery, as we need the details of what actually went down. This now takes us to one of the most important Frieren lores that will have fans speculating what actually happened, likely until Yamada Kanehito wants the Frieren story to End. Chapter 89, Guilt, featuring a cover of Macht walking past a bunch of human corpses that he delivered to the afterlife, probably because of the Demon King's command, but now probably for his own experiment to develop human sensibilities like malice and guilt, with the detour to Macht's dilemma of how he's going to develop these emotions to learn to coexist with humans. We now get the backstory of how Schlot recruited all of the 7 demon sages of destruction to take down the hero of the South. Schlot comes to recruit Macht for this endeavor, while Macht questions why he would even come to ask someone that wouldn't want to risk his life for the Demon King. Quit bringing him in to fight for some dumb made-up war. Macht couldn't care less about what happens to both the Demon King and his army, in which Schlot acknowledges that Macht has always despised any kind of conflict. You know, the Demon King is the Demon King for a reason, and his orders are absolute, because if Macht doesn't follow, he'll get yeeted. There is nothing like fear to ultimately get individualistic creatures like demons to do one's bidding. Macht knows this as well as most demons because he'll be made an example of. Macht questions if Schlot can even make him do anything, with Schlot's response being simply, "You think I can't?" A tense moment of silence occurs, but Schlot speaks up to say that he wouldn't want to take this route, with Macht agreeing slouched over. It's clear that Schlot the Omniscient, who can see up to 1,000 years into the future, had a vision, meaning Macht is an undeniable asset to this battle against the hero of the South. Realizing that he has lost this battle against Schlot before he even began, because who is that in the back, standing on the roof? It is another horned demon with something glowing above his hand, who we've only seen in that flashback against the hero of the South. It is Grossum, the Miraculous, one of the other 7 demon sages of destruction. After Frieren and the others were racking their brain over what weaknesses Macht has, it leads them to another mystery in Grossum. This is someone that Frieren may be aware of, or one of the few that the hero's party actually defeated in the future. Macht has always felt uneasy being around Schlot because a demon that can see the future clearly is pulling the strings to make a certain vision possible. Giving up and fighting back, he reluctantly asks what Schlot wants him to do this time. Fight. All they need to do a fight, and they don't even need a strategy. Crazy enough, Macht's presence alone will be a handful for humanity's greatest hero. You would think there will be more to it, but Schlot tells him he's fought the hero of the South in many visions of the future, with the conclusion being that it won't be a hassle. For some reason, Macht concludes that it's probably going to be a draw. With Schlot's eyes shut and another brief moment of silence, he calls out his mannerisms and the fact that he looks ready to die in the heat of battle. Both share another moment of silence, as the omniscient demon man looks down to say that he won't know unless he tries. In another panel of thinking about the ramifications for what Schlot wants them to do, he moves on to tell that Grossum will erase his memories after the mission is done. Why would he do such a thing? Well, you know, he can see the future. What that future holds is Schlot already aware of someone, specifically a she, will read his memories, likely referring to Edel or even Frieren thereafter. Quickly clarifying, he says the name out loud. "Unfortunately, Frieren, I can't afford to let you see our fight against the hero of the South." And proceeds to say and continues on, one of the most ominous lores of all of Frieren, stating that demons are in a war for their very existence, and they'll be fighting for demons in a mopping up operation 1,000 years into the future. One of the big fan theories out there, that Macht turned him into gold. And if they find out how to undo the golds, Macht questions what a Frieren is, replying back to him, "It's a story for the future." With that being settled, Schlot will see Macht when the time comes, and Macht actually hopes that Schlot will make it through the fight alive. With the Omniscient's last words as we know it, is the fact that he's heard Macht say those words of concern a myriad of times in his visions. The memories grow blurry and staticky, and just like that, it's gone. It flashes to a different moment of when Macht obliterated another village with many more lifeless bodies that may not even see a proper burial. Yet again, Macht is faced with two kids, maybe even teenagers. Like before, he commands them to fight to the death, and he will allow the lone survivor to live on. With this PTSD, he has yeeted so many people since that moment with Schlatt, and for probably centuries. Who are we kidding here? He didn't do it to feast upon them or even do it by instinct. He slaughtered many to a pointless end. He has felt nothing and discovered absolutely nothing as he watches these two kids attempt to take each other's lives like it was a science project, with the boy ending the life of the girl as she lies lifeless on the ground, with the friend standing there with a knife in utter distraught. Macht asks why he would be crying since he survived. It turns out the girl just didn't fight back at all, with Macht agreeing and questioning what the big deal is. She was his childhood friend who spent his entire childhood with, and he just took her life for his own. He questions why she pretended like she was going to stab him, and the moment of regret has now hit him for what he has done, falling out that it should have been him. For the first time, Macht puts on a grin, seemingly coming to some kind of revelation for what just happened. It's a eureka-like moment for his human experimentation. What he is witnessing is an emotion he just doesn't have, and asks if it is malice or is it guilt. With tears flowing down his face and his eyes striking with anger, reaching a tipping point where Macht concludes that it is guilt and wants the boy to explain to him the details of this emotion with an ecstatic look on his face. The boy holds up the knife to call him a monster, and Macht delivers him the same outcome he just gave his childhood friend: death. This becomes a watershed moment for Macht because he just realized he got one step closer to learning what this human emotion is, and thanks to boy, he didn't even catch the name of as he walks away through a sea of corpses. It is in this moment he understood the scenario that may lead him to finally experience coexistence if he obtained this human quality. In his conclusion, he could obtain guilt if he yeeted someone closer to him. For that to happen, he needs a human acquaintance, someone that he can spend a long time with, that he can call a close friend. Lucky for him, but unlucky for humans, he has all the time in the world to test this theory, which eventually leads him just outside the fortress city of Weiss. It is the biggest settlement in the northern plateau. This is where the chapter ends, with the biggest lore in Frieren being explored as to what happened in that fight against the hero of the south. We got to see a glimpse into what Schlatt's vision would be 1,000 years into the future. Also, introducing another 7 demon sage in Grossum, the Miraculous, whose ability is a weakness to Macht's, deemed as the strongest of the 7. It continues back to the memories of when Macht made one of his biggest revelations, and seeing firsthand what guilt was that he couldn't experience himself, but witnessed it. He observed when the boy yeeted his childhood friend. He felt regret, remorse, and a tremendous amount of guilt. This revelation now takes him on this path to try to experience the same by finding a human friend that he can ultimately betray, to maybe experience what that boy felt, terrifyingly stating that he has all the time in the world to try this little experiment out, possibly multiple times. On to chapter 90, Gluck, that features that Lord Gluck that employed Macht as a mage as previously stated, making a decision on a whim. He mowed down a small group of men on a carriage that was carrying a noble. Macht looks on at the heavily damaged man. The man speaks that he never expected that they would run into a demon in the random woods, while laying waste to some of the most skilled to protect them. Macht questions that weren't all the men he took down trained killers. Is that even bad? Macht responds to the question that he asked that he doesn't care. This is the start of a match made in heaven, where retribution may be in their future. Specifically, these men that the last demon sage of destruction took down were only experienced in fighting other humans, but have no chance against a demon like him. Like Solitar mentioned before about the specifics of their convergent evolution, demons may look like humans, but they are far from one. The problem humans tend to have against demons involve assuming that they have similar limitations, and by the time they realize they've never fought a guy like Divine Revolte that could fist two guys at once, he'll be over in a flash. The man hears him out and thanks for the advice as he's sitting there dying. Macht takes another glance at him and is slightly befuddled that this human is acting all nonchalant. He asks if the noble even understands the magnitude of his situation, in which the man continues his matter-of-fact apathetic manner in asking if Macht likes talking a lot or something. So the demon sage pulls out his big sword and points it at his neck. But the man continues to be unfazed that he isn't even in a position to fight anymore. Pulling out a cig, he requests one more smoke before he meets his end. Interestingly enough, Macht just allows him to have this last request and just stands there to watch him blow his lungs away, while blood continues to seep through his clothes from the countless times before erasing villages and mass yeeting Ningens. He identifies this man as completely different from the ones he's passed on to the afterlife. Deadpan and just staring downwards. Macht is confused by his body language because he has eyes of a murderer but doesn't have the stench of blood on him. In response, the man explains it's because he is a noble. There is no need to get his own hands dirty, while others will take down your political enemies for you. Every single person that he has manipulated to take out were sinners like himself, and beyond the ability to redeem themselves. In a sense, this is bad karma that he has accumulated throughout, that he feels guilty for anyways. Macht holds in his thought, and the man continues that all the guilt he has can finally be alleviated. Looking for the reality of guilt and malice, he asks the man one more question, with the human still making demands on his flipped over carriage. There is a little time skip of a spiel about malice and guilt, with the man already assuming that demons just don't have a concept of it, and even thinks that it's a good thing for them. He further elaborates that they probably don't have a sense of justice either, with a slightly confused look on Macht's face. That too is something demons are better off not having as well. Introducing himself as the Lord of the Fortress City of Weiss, he spells out that he's just a figurehead with no real power. People that end up in Weiss are usually nobles that lost all their political clout in the imperial capital. It's a place that is filled with nothing but malice. There are a host of many of these nobles here that help run the city and are all jockeying over power, making the same mistakes they did if they came from the imperial capital. The family that has the real influence are terrible at really running anything, but they hold onto their position and maintain their power while making decisions that just personally benefit them. People literally pass away every year from hunger. It is a city filled with nothing but corruption, where laws are not even upheld. When the man made it as the Lord of Weiss, he wanted to find a way to address the malice and corruption in it. It's not until humans are pinned against a corner that only will they finally address it. He actually didn't take necessary steps to address these issues, even though he was aware of them. That is the current Lord of Weiss, right in front of Macht. He had a son that was completely different from him, with a real sense of justice that acted upon it. Therefore, he made his concerns vocal to the major players of Weiss, so the nobles that are hearing these concerns stated in front of them from the son of the Lord of Weiss are now straightforwardly creating enemies. That led to the extreme malice, the cornering of the problem that finally made the Lord address all of the corruption and issues he knew all too well about, as his son lies there, lifeless. The cover story told to him was that he simply jumped from the balcony, which doesn't add up because he has been preparing a birthday present for his imoto that took place 7 years prior. The dichotomy between the Lord's inaction, which allowed the corruption and malice to fester, while his son used his sense of justice by taking action, has led him to extreme guilt that questioned how people can commit such heinous acts without remorse. That is, until the Lord himself did what all of his enemies have been doing. It is fighting fire with fire and just ordering the servant of yours to commit those acts for you. It is easy for those with power to skip soiling their own hands if they have the connections to just order someone else to do so. Macht concludes that maybe the Lord of Weiss might be seeking out revenge for his son. This confirms at least that demons understand what revenge is. Even as individualistic creatures, the concept can be deduced by Macht. It's not that he isn't technically out for revenge for his son, but taking on that sense of justice from his son that he himself lacked taking action when he was alive. The Lord has done what he has done in playing fire with fire in a city of lawlessness where everyone is yeeting each other to create the world they want to live in. In the Lord's perspective, he's creating the ideal world that his son would have wanted, while the other nobles were creating a self-serving world. Gluck can hold on to the fact that he wholeheartedly believes in the path he chose as the best thing he can do. However, the Lord of Weiss is done with this last smoke, and Macht asks why he made him listen to him ramble. The man is wise, and it is purely to negotiate for his life. There is no one better than himself that has experienced as much malice, that operates in a city filled with nothing but it, that can teach and give that experience and exposure to Macht to maybe obtain those human emotions. Once again, Gluck is pretty much ready for whatever happens, and is not really trying to plead for his life, with there being conditions in place if Macht allows him to live. He even tells the demon sage of destruction that he could just kill him off if he wants to, as the guilt he has been holding onto for the previous 7 years would just be karma, his retribution, which would be a strong motif throughout this arc. Macht is truly entertained and amused by this proposal and asks what those conditions were. Gluck will have Macht work for him and help him take out the family that actually runs the city of Weiss. The true family that has the power are a lot smarter than the typical noble that are protected by the strongest, being that they are trained killers. Macht has finally found a human he can befriend and build a relationship with to ultimately just betray, so that maybe, just maybe, he can feel that pesky human emotion that honestly feels like a hindrance as he just continues to do what he has been doing all along: yeet every single enemy that dare defies his ability to develop a human frontal lobe and amygdala. And oh yeah, yeet every single one of Lord Gluck's enemies that try to enact their corruption in the fortress city of Weiss, as Macht clearly doesn't have any of that insula in his brain. One of the nobles rushes into Gluck's office to confront him about 5 of his relatives finding themselves deceased in just a 6-month time span. Gluck pulls the, "Man, those pesky damn bandits." He tells the man that keeps losing his relatives that he might have made some enemies and he will look into it. But the noble ain't trying to play no games. Gluck brings up the time when his son passed away, and he remembers what this noble said to him. "Aren't you being just a little pussy? Wrong P. Paranoid." It seems the roles have reversed as he tells the noble to make sure to get some rest and lock your doors because a demon that wants to develop an interior cingulate cortex might peer through your window to give you. It's the next day, and it seems like Weiss is really thriving, with Gluck being the literal talk of the town. With all these powerful family members out of the way, Gluck is quite frankly way more than a figurehead now. In front of a whole audience of the people of Weiss, he tells Macht that he will be on stage with him more as well, as he is the lord of the city, the fortress city of Weiss. Now that Macht has truly started to build a friendship with the human as a servant, look at that face. Who would have thunk that this would be a mass murdering demon that is plotting to betray his master? All to seek out changes in his prefrontal cortex to gain a feeling that actually really sucks to feel. Guilt. All the key words and sensibilities that Macht has been looking for all culminated with Gluck's last ditch attempt at negotiation. With his supposed last smoke, Gluck is in a position filled with malice, guilt, and revenge. This now becomes the test for Macht to see if he can build those human emotions. The Chapter 91, On Stage. Cover features Gluck bringing out his demon servant on stage as he pours some tea for his master. Macht asks what Gluck wanted him to do in the face of the public. Firstly, Gluck has mentioned that Himmel the Hero took down the Demon King. Of course, Macht is quite aware, with Gluck side-eyeing him to ask if he has any thoughts about his Demon King being defeated. But like what we heard over during the Schlatt interaction, he really doesn't care about the Demon King, along with the fact that demons generally don't care about other demons anyways. I mean, remember this kid? Something seems a little bit different here. With Himmel's accomplishment in Gluck leading his city to prosper, everyone in town has been much more upbeat and optimistic. With morale at its highest, he wants to make this peace binding by giving Macht an official position in the Gluck family by being its personal mage. This gives Macht the ability to roam more freely in public. But why would he want to do that? With the tea given, it really is nostalgic for Gluck, who asks about if demons actually like making tea. Macht only learned to do so by observing others, with Gluck asking why he chose this particular blend. Macht replies back asking if he didn't like it. It was based on the fact that he overheard a servant saying that it was his late wife's favorite. Actually, his servant just straight up told him. With Gluck lauding his incredible people skills, even as a guest, his servants wouldn't typically open up to give such intimate details, which is where the innate abilities within demons to trick humans come up again. Whether it is to deceive intentionally or not, it is something that the Lord will take full advantage of to deal with nobles publicly, as yeeting his enemies should be a last-ditch effort over becoming allies instead. Their conversation is malice and tries to drill what this talk has been all about, but Macht still cannot comprehend. It is still something that he can tell that Gluck is quite enjoying, along with himself. Getting straight to the point, Gluck tells Macht that he's a monster who doesn't understand righteousness nor wickedness, so it is his duty to show him the difference. By following his order, all Macht has to do is just act, converse, and yeet people as he tells them. All of that, and his brain might actually morph into understanding these foreign concepts. But what if he still doesn't understand those emotions? Gluck is currently the one using Macht for his power, so he feels the obligation to do what is needed for Macht to eventually develop those feelings, even if it takes them to whatever the opposite of Oreo is. Macht agrees and asks if he has a plan to get rid of him when Weiss is under control. Gluck glances back and looks back forward with a grin to ask back what he thinks. And the answer is of course. A long montage ensues, not seen for a very long time, as Gluck has officially made this gigantic demon an official member of the Gluck family. As their personal mage, he goes on to do what Lugner could not and completely fool all the humans with his ability to be human-like and develop the social skills necessary to seamlessly become just another citizen of Weiss, to ultimately betray everyone, hoping that becoming this close to everyone would bedazzle his brain, closer into becoming like a human's. Standing amongst the rich and powerful of Weiss, a noble has acknowledged that Macht has done nothing but be a positive influence on their city, giving advice and helping save many lives. However, he wants to understand the motive out of all the places he could have lived. Why Weiss? Macht delivered his spiel about coexistence, that the world is better off if humans and demons can stop the never-ending cycle of revenge and come to an understanding. There is truth to Macht's words, but with words he doesn't comprehend. But to the noble, it makes too much sense that in a perfect world, they could actually understand each other. A man comes to mention something to the noble, and he states how he wished all the other demons were able to be as amicable as Macht, just as everyone at the table was ready to also accept Macht as one of their own that can be relied upon to protect the city of Weiss. Gluck grabs Macht because a serious situation just came up. Many of the enemies are already within Macht's amount of detection, with Gluck smirking that he would refer to them as that. There are demon army remnants that have set their eyes on Weiss. He continues on to ask what the nobles wanted with Macht, and his response was that they were likely testing his loyalty, which is funny to Gluck because he knows Macht doesn't have any. This puts a smirk on the demon sage of destruction's face, with Gluck commanding him to go take on his own race because there is nothing more believable that you will stay loyal to Weiss than taking on all of your former quote-unquote comrades. As mentioned many times before, demons are innately self-serving, with the command to take out all of Weiss's enemies, including his demon kin. The night falls, along with all the other demons that Macht took out. Who did he take out? General Shrag, the Thunderbolt, who Mahato ultimately pitied for his foolish decision to take him on, as he was not the same without the Demon King guiding him. So Macht comes back with a heroic ray of light shining down the victorious Macht, right back to the balcony where the Demon Sage usually serves Gluck tea. He mentions that Macht actually decided to volunteer to be a magic instructor. It's actually really strange because demons usually can't use human magic, but Macht can. And it was all due to Solitar's brilliance that he was able to pick up on various knowledge. Gluck then asks about the Zotrak spell being a common magic used on the battlefield, with Macht mentioning how great of an achievement it was for humans that his old friend Qual, the Elder Sage of Corruption, was able to create, still acknowledging that he is still far superior at using it than humans. This puts a glaring look on Gluck's face, who comes up with the suggestion. That suggestion? It involves this little red-haired boy who lost his parents that is a relative and is praying in the church. Every day he comes to pray and is childhood friends with his daughter. The boy often stated how much he wanted to become a mage when he got older, so Gluck tells him, as in order, go teach your knowledge to your future maker. A young Denken walks over, with Macht greeting him in honor, introducing himself as the magic instructor of the Gluck family. Denken is already fully aware of him and even knows about his feats against the demons that tried to attack Weiss. He tells young Denken that Lord Gluck has commanded him to teach him about magic. Immediately, Denken is skeptical of Macht because demons yeeted his parents away, which makes it kind of poetic justice that Macht will be the one to arm Denken with this knowledge of magic to use in the future. Denken asks if Macht is strong, and of course he is. Even Macht himself acknowledges that he is indeed the strongest of the 7 demon sages of destruction. Young Denken is very upfront about how powerful he wants to get, regardless of how Macht may feel, and asks if he can get powerful enough to yeet Macht, with Macht's response being that it all really just depends on you, future Imperial Mage and First Class Mage Denken. One of the most interesting dynamics about Macht's character is the contradictions of this entire situation he's in. He can act and be just like a human, even develop social skills to mimic other humans. So he's fitting in enough that even at the very top of society with the other nobles, he's gaining all of their trust. And yet, there are still clearly qualities about Macht that shows he doesn't actually understand humanity. He can only mimic it. One of the most compelling foreshadowing of this chapter is that both Gluck and Macht acknowledge that they will both face each other in a betrayal one day, and that Gluck has plans to get rid of Macht. That plan, it becomes a little clearer as he commands Gluck to teach a young Denken everything he knows about magic. Which leads us into chapter 92, The End of Weiss, which features a beautiful cover that is colored in, with Macht and Frieren standing back to back. Out at a lake, Denken continues his training with his magic instructor in Macht. Macht tells Denken to take a break because young Denken is losing a bit of his concentration, mirroring the beginning of Frieren when Frieren was helping Fern shoot from very far away. Macht tells him that it's quite difficult even for demons to shoot at objects from this far away. And then all of a sudden, Denken shoots a big one, and it launches itself with the heavy force that makes its way to crack right through to make a hole through the odd-shaped rock. This leaves the 7 demon sage astonished, with a smirking Denken ready to take that break. Right behind them, Gluck brings his daughter, aka Denken's childhood friend. As he looks right behind himself, it looks like they're having a little break time picnic as Gluck is pleased that he is keeping himself busy and focused. Macht tells Gluck that Denken doesn't trust him, but that is why he was introduced to him in the first place. Because demons be demoning, you know? Having Macht there helps him stay grounded in accomplishing something, even if it is for revenge. What's better, praying and dwelling in your past trauma, or growing and becoming excellent at something? With the sandwich in his hand, it's a nice wholesome smile he has on. And even Gluck recognizes Denken is in the middle of living life's fulfillment. Macht being both the master that the student also wants to yeet is perfect, and Gluck wants it to remain that way. Out of the blue, Macht recognizes something we have yet seen from demons. He notices that there might be a romantic attraction between Lecture and Denken, but a girl dad would never think that his baby would one day grow up to leave his home, to be in the arms of another man. Another montage ensues, and Macht has Denken meditating, even studying literature with Lecture by his side. That young boy is now very much a young man that is practicing deflecting his master's pew-pews. It now looks like Denken is officially a full-fledged mage in the ranks of Gluck's command, with him now taking down other remnant demons. As Denken and Lecture are having a nice time together, Macht is by their side to keep watch. After a montage that spanned over many years, Gluck says the thing that Macht thought before. His daughter and Denken are getting married. Denken will officially be his son-in-law and part of the Gluck family. Now, a visibly older Gluck looks back to call out why Macht is making such a face. And that is how he always smiles. Right before the montage, Macht called it out about Denken and Lecture's relationship. That might have been one of the most humanizing moments of Macht's time as Gluck's personal mage. Romance aside, Denken couldn't have prospered and moved up in the world through the military if it wasn't for Macht. For that, Gluck is grateful for. Like before when Denken asked if he would end up being strong enough to yeet him, but that would all be on Denken's own capabilities. In that sense, he proved to be capable with his own efforts. Enough with all the praising and thankfulness. Gluck warns of another incident involving demon remnants of the Demon King's army at the northernmost part of the Northern Plateau. An entire fortress obliterated by only one demon. Everyone was massacred with the silhouette of a demon we've become familiar with. This leads to the bad news that Macht asks if Gluck thinks he knows. He doesn't believe so, but that's not actually the problem. Furthermore, Macht explains that only a greater demon would be able to do something like that, rivaling someone like himself. Macht of the Golden Land, one of the 7 demon sages of destruction. This might be the first time a demon has been referred to as a greater demon, separating the Lugner Linnies and demon generals like Divine Revoltes from what a greater demon is, like a Solitar Macht. The public is afraid, along with the nobles, so Gluck had to accept whatever their demands were. Is it execution? That's not even possible, man. The people actually want you to put on this, and that is the Stone Bracelet of Servitude, an incredible magical item created by Avik the Sage. Even Macht didn't believe such a fairy tale item was even real. Using the incident with the silhouette Solitar, obtaining a magical item that can enslave demons, and using Macht's ability to turn matter into gold, it's very likely that the nobles want to use Macht's power to gain riches. Because of the dangers of his powers, there is public support for it. These are the demands. Macht must be under our control and serve the people of Weiss. We shall manage him with the safety precaution that prevents him from having malicious intent. So, what does Macht actually think about these demands? Like Gluck's fighters that Macht yeeted when they first met, humans just have no clue that demons lack the same brain anatomy. Gluck asks if Macht is willing to put on the Stone Bracelet of Servitude and potentially die if he ever obtains the emotions of malice, guilt. However, Macht is fully ready and asks if Lord Gluck is ready to follow him
into the depths of hell.
They've both been ready and ready for whatever is to come from the result of Avik's magical item. Another montage ensues with Gluck putting on that Stone Bracelet of Servitude. Macht serves Gluck tea once more, and now we are at that point where Lecture begins her spell of sickness. Gluck goes on some fishing trips and now back in his office with Macht standing right behind him. Two more panels show Gluck and Denken standing over a now deceased Lecture. Gluck mentions that his daughter has always been frail and knew that this day would eventually come. He even reassures Denken that he did everything in his power to take care of her, and that she lived a fulfilled life with him. Denken just has a blank stare, now sporting a monocle. Back at the same grave several years later is Gluck praying for his daughter, who is probably chilling in Oriol. Since the funeral, Denken has yet to come back to her grave. A man so devoted to his wife would be a stark reminder that she is no longer here like his parents. Macht continues to mimic the observable traits of humans to realize that Gluck visiting his daughter's grave every single day isn't exactly healthy. To continue dwelling in your own misery is a habit he had young Denken fall out of doing. Now he himself is doing it. Macht reminds Gluck of this and looks right back at him. He puts on a smile on his face and never thought he'd hear such things from a demon. They decide to go home with Macht helping a now much older Gluck back up, and Gluck noticing how much of this relationship between each other has been normalized. He denies Macht's request for a carriage, but would rather walk, and walk they do. After all these years, Macht hasn't changed a bit with humans like himself. Is nearing an end. With all the time passing, it probably feels fleeting for Macht. Interestingly enough, Macht continues his flattery of Gluck, because no matter how fleeting it might actually feel for demons, a friendship formed with a human that allowed him to seek out his desires for human emotions is irreplaceable, making Gluck feel very much uncomfortable in more ways than one. But Gluck does indeed feel the same, as they are partners and accomplices in a grand scheme that will end one day. And that day, it is now. It is this moment. Even though demons can mimic the actions of humans to show that they may have the same feelings and emotions, Macht clearly hasn't felt a thing. He will destroy everything, and with that action, he hopes to understand what malice and guilt is. With a brief moment of what looks like sadness, Gluck pulls out a cigarette, mimicking the first time they met, asking Macht to light it in what will be his very last time smoking one. Like with his daughter and the first time they met, this day was always inevitable. Macht gives off a look of surprise. He has always known this would happen for 30 years, with Macht maybe thinking there was a sliver of hope that he truly believed Macht could have already obtained guilt and malice. As the entire fortress city of Weiss begins turning into gold, Gluck's last words were that Macht was a great accomplice and an irredeemable villain. One day, he will face retribution, just like he is right now. It's been fun, with Macht agreeing with the same sentiment. Gluck, the entire town, and everything surrounding it, all has become Dia Golds. This chapter spans across a majority of the 30 years Macht has spent with Gluck. There are many moments of irony in this chapter as his daughter, Lecture, passes away and he became what he helped Denken grow out of by wallowing in his sorrow. All the while, he helped Denken actually become a full-fledged mage of the military, showing immense talent. Even after all these years in the stone bracelet of servitude placed on Macht, not a shred of malice or guilt Macht has developed. And so the chicken has come to roost, and everyone faced Macht's little science experiment just so he can see if he can form the emotions associated with malice and guilt. On to chapter 93, The Great Barrier, featuring a young Lernen. After an entire city gets transmuted into Macht's gold, he faces another morning where he doesn't even realize how much time has passed. But he is still alive, meaning he experienced no evolution in his amygdala, prefrontal cortex, or felt anything associated with humans at all. Since he felt no malice or guilt, maybe it's time to just move on, as he looks right at Avik the Sage's stone bracelet of servitude. With a look of disappointment, he certainly felt like he was as close as he has ever been to achieving those emotions, but it's something that he will definitely use as a reference point for the next opportunity of repeating the same scenario. However, there won't be a next opportunity, as the great mage Serie, the feet goddess, has appeared to finish the job no other bum of a hero before her could. Serie only has one demand: undo Dia Golds or get yeeted. Macht questions who this munchkin-sized elf is, while having the inner dialogue of not being able to censor. Once again, Serie repeats, return the city to normal. It's not something a demon would risk their life for. Yet, Macht provides no response because it is actually irreversible. Serie begins dropping important lore about magic that establishes why human and demon magic are different. Magic is about imagination. Transmuting something into gold and reversing it actually takes two different perspectives. Meaning turning people into gold doesn't equal creating people out of gold. Someone like Macht could never be able to understand humanity on this level, and that is why he cannot turn Weiss back to normal. Macht reacts to this belittling with Dia Golds, but Serie is absolutely prepared for whatever he has in store for her, and has the biggest grin we have ever seen out of her. Macht's arm has turned into gold, and he questions what this little munchkin elf did to him. Just loving an absolute all-out fight, she puts another grin on that leads Macht to realize that Serie reflected it back onto him. The spell is called Mr. Zyla, Curse Reversal Spell. Interesting that Macht didn't go full strength, otherwise he would have turned himself all into gold. Absolutely bamboozled, Macht surmises that humanity shouldn't be able to grasp the understanding of how Dia Golds works. It's simply not something Serie needs to analyze, it just reflects the curse back at the caster. It's a spell that has been derived from the wisdom all the way back from the Age of Myth. It's a very much primitive spell that doesn't need logic or analysis to use. It's not something the Living Grimoire prefers to personally use, but it's perfect to be used on Macht of the Golden Land. Once again, this time on the 7 demon sages side, he asks, "Who are you?" "I am the great mage Serie, Ashi no Megami." The great mage from the Age of Myth. She has dwelled on this planet for oh so long. People have long forgotten to fear her. It all makes sense to Macht now as he slowly repairs his arm and quickly understands that all the humans before him barely understood what they were getting themselves into, and transforms his cape into the mass-yeeting sword we've all become so fearful of, as he strikes right in the middle of Serie's body. Serie finds this entire battle just as fascinating, like a science experiment. The irony of Macht treating others like his own pet project, and also Solitar. Serie is doing the same to him. As Serie is able to absorb the sword's attack, she notices that Macht was able to at least turn his own body back to normal, and then shoots a golden big bang attack, turning his sword back into a cape. He shields off the reflection and notices that even his clothes can be reverted back to normal. It's too bad that demons possess such knowledge and abilities at its absolute apex in regards to magic, but they would never possess what humanity has that would allow Macht to undo the goals. Enough of this patronizing. Macht sends multiple blasts at Serie, with Serie just gliding away from all the Zoltrax in utter nirvana as she gets ready to flick a beam right back at him. Macht is even able to use defensive spells, which makes it all the more appealing to continue playing with her prey to see what other fascinating things he will show. It's almost like we are witnessing Solitar studying humanity, while Serie is doing the same to this lower being. Unfortunately, interference from her first class mages show up as a man with black hair attempts to literally put Macht inside a cube. Macht and Serie are disappointed by these interlopers as Lernen and the others attempt to do something else besides just destroying him. Serie scolds her stupid apprentices, with her command being to just stand by, but yeeting Macht off will get rid of the opportunity to ever learn how Diagolds works, and to potentially reverse its magic. Although Lernen wants the best results possible, his master lets him know what the alternative could be. The fortress city of Weiss will not be the last, and Macht has the power that can eventually curse the entire northern plateau. It is just way too much of a risk to leave him alive. Macht starts to make the black-haired mage nervous as he slowly cracks his barrier. Lernen presents the idea of the Great Barrier to keep Macht sealed to delay him until they can figure out Diagolds. No matter how long it takes for decades or even centuries, they will restore the Golden Land. Serie is unconvinced that this is possible, but she eventually gives in to her students and lets them do what they wish. With that said, we get a full view of who all of Lernen's fellow first class mages were. Look at that big ass Chad looking guy. What a stud. Lernen and the others are wrecked what we now know as the Great Barrier that is keeping Macht inside. But with the Golden Land still slowly expanding, once Macht finally breaks free of the cube barrier, it is way too late, as he looks up and the Great Barrier has formed right on top of him, preventing him from doing anything else. This is where Macht's memories end, as Frieren and Denken wake back up from their transfer of Macht's memories. Denken thanks Frieren for helping him fully analyze Macht's memories. However, Frieren is pooped. She falls over with Fern catching her. Frieren wants to continue doing a deeper dive into Macht's memories, in which it punishes her overall mana levels, zapping most of her mana, leaving her into the hands of Fern, who has been playing caretaker for basically her entire life anyways. She needs help getting changed, taking a bath, fixing her hair, etc, etc. And then all of a sudden, Fern senses, with Stark asking what exactly just happened. Right now, she sensed a massive amount of mana for just a second. Enters that one silhouette from before that took out an entire city in the northernmost part of the northern plateau. It is the greater demon Solitar. She now begins analyzing something on her own, and what that is the Great Barrier. Remember that this chapter likely shows Serie's first iteration of the first class mages of the Continental Magic Association. With Lernen and the others being the first class mages, it seems pretty clear that Serie is just messing with Macht the entire fight, but we never actually got to see Macht go all out. Before, Frieren asked to get Serie involved, but it looked like she might have been able to handle it on her own, with also the comfort of so many other first class mages. This chapter was filled with a lot of magical lore and lots of foreshadowing. Now back in the present, the pacing is about to move fast as Frieren looks deeper into Macht's memories for extra details to take down Macht and potentially undo Diagolds, while it looks like Solitar has arrived to bust out Macht. It is now chapter 94 analysis, featuring an exhausted Frieren and a worried student sitting outside getting ready for some tasty stew with Frieren on Fern's lap. Denken begins talking about the enormous amount of mana that Fern sensed near the Golden Land. Fern was only able to detect it for a brief moment and questions if her mana detection was off. Since they are all near the Golden Land and it's a curse that can't be recognized as magic, it could cause their mana detection to give mixed signals. In actuality, Denken himself didn't sense anything at all, but he is humble enough to realize that it could just be a lack of skill. It's better for them to assume so because it could mean that someone could have been waiting for Frieren's mana detection to be in a weakened state as they approach the Great Barrier to attempt something, as that potential enemy could be hiding and avoiding Frieren's party in Denken. Solitar clearly has something up her sleeve with the weakened Frieren, acknowledging that this person has to be quite skilled. Even Frieren wouldn't be able to detect if they were near the Golden Land. They can only hope that what Fern sensed was actually just a mistake.
Like a baby.
Fern tells Frieren to make sure she chews before she swallows.
Nom nom.
Denken makes the suggestion that they should patrol the area a bit later, but Fern doesn't really know her way around.
Nom nom.
The elf baby of over 1,000 years wants to play lolly and complain that it's too hot. And so Fern does the spit, spit, spit. Frieren keeps numbing. And Stark looks on in disgust at this lazy 1,000-year-old elf. Frieren senses jealousy because Fern gets the blow for her, but Stark wants to pretend like he's not.
Nom nom.
Fern tells our future man that he needs to sit back and wait for his turn, but he's no baby. Denken continues to play into the grandfatherly role to give the poor elf some veggies, with Mother Fern agreeing. Stark still doesn't believe that whatever Frieren is going through is enough to gain all of this extra care for, but Frieren doesn't care. Stark is ignorant to the fact that she might have just read 100 years worth of Macht's memories that could lead to the end of the series. Fern completely agrees. Now open that mouth of yours.
Nom.
Frieren hates the best vegetable out there in onions, which means give her more. Stark asks how long would it take to end up analyzing all those memories to a satisfactory deeper level. 2 freaking months. Fern has been there and done experience all of that when it comes to Frieren taking her sweet onion time. But Denken lets them know that that is actually a lot faster than one could have hoped for. He was expecting more like 3 years for an intricate analysis of a demon's memories, but 2 months, especially at Denken's ripe old age of 78, is great news. He continues to feel guilty for making them take a detour on their journey, but Fern explains that these side quests are typical when it comes to the Frieren party. It must be difficult for them, but it quickly shifts to how they are going to survive the next 2 months with Solitar lurking out there. Denken confirms that they do have a stockpile of food, but the issue they have is that the cabin doesn't have any beds because they run far away after adjusting the Great Barrier. Good thing Denken is familiar with the area and can move to another spot in a nearby village for the following 2 months. Stark and Denken walk outside to see Fern, giving Frieren's hair the business. Stark starts to tell Fern about what their next actions are, but all they can hear is scolding. Eat your food, shut your mouth, and take these braids of anger. Chit chit. The braids of rage have been enacted with comedic relief to end this scene right before a scary teal-colored greater demon is just chilling on a tree trunk, looking right at Macht. Both are just looking at each other like, WTF, man.
Oisashiburi Mahato.
It's not like Macht can hear Solitar say anything, as she just sits there, peacefully, reading her book. She speaks out loud that Frieren, the Demon Slayer, has started analyzing all of his memories, but he is already well aware, mentioning further that her capabilities are not to be trifled with, and she is one of a handful of mages that could actually end up defeating him. It's actually not even a what if, it is a fact. Macht continues to sit while pondering his next moves. Solitar intentionally reveals what her plans and motivations are for coming. She wants to end Macht's dream of coexistence. It's an inevitable end, a tragedy, she says. However, she is still here to help Macht because she wants to see it for herself, how it will end in misery. Even after praising Frieren's abilities, she doesn't believe that Macht will lose. Solitar has always been a coward, a warrior, and a wimp. This is a common motif among the strong, actually being a wimp, and it is due to Solitar's however many years, decades, or even centuries of studying humans to not allow herself to underestimate them. Right, it is a great barrier for a reason. No matter how strong Macht is, even someone as talented as him can't dispel it. I mean, he can't even undo his own ability. Amongst the erection of this great barrier is a culmination of desperate theories and traditions of magic intertwined to create this spell, due to the knowledge of many great mages that have passed down their knowledge to protect or keep in freaks of nature like a Macht. It is a barrier based on human magical theory that only someone who has studied the knowledge of it can actually unwind. It is not one that a demon can destroy besides herself. The one that taught Macht how to use human magic, and one that actually goes much deeper than we can ever imagine. Solitar estimates that it will only be 2 months for her to analyze the barrier, the same time frame it will take Frieren to analyze Macht's memories. With that said, another Frieren montage passes by, as 2 months is quite a bit of time, with angry braided Frieren having no choice but to accept Fern's aura of rage. Both Denken and Fern end up scouting the landscape to see if there is danger nearby. Fern puts Frieren in an outfit where Abe Tsukasa is basically saying, "Merch." Stark does some push-ups, and what do you know? There is still a village that hosts a lively restaurant. Fern removes the braids of rage and brushes her hair as Stark and Fern continue their patrol. It is almost there. Frieren is on the cusp of analyzing Macht's memories, and specifically separating the fact that she is also breaking down Diagold's too. Now, for many hundreds or even thousands of years, Solitar has studied the realm of humanity to obtain the knowledge that from the Southern Lands, the protective magic circle of the Calm clan, who specializes in sealing demons, the Andari-style barrier created by applying the principle of irreversibility. I have a video about that, check that out. And the masterpiece that is of the Imperial magic used for the defense of the United Empire, all culminated to create this great barrier. Solitar's analysis is complete. To a magical nerd, this great barrier presents an absolute work of art that combines multiple theories from different origins together to create an almost unbreakable barrier. So it is indeed a piece of artwork that will painfully meet its end. Back in the village, Stark and Denken are carrying supplies, with Stark asking Fern about how Frieren is doing. In about 2 days, she will be done analyzing the memories. Just when you think everyone will be in a state of relief in 2 days. Nope. This time, Denken and Fern can sense it. What Fern felt was not some kind of mistake. It is the same terrifying mana that she felt before, in just a brief moment as the Great Barrier finally shatters. Shards start falling over Macht and Solitar, with Solitar stating that it begins the death match for their coexistence. One of the most important moments is Kanehito, making sure we understand that Frieren isn't just doing a deeper analysis of undoing Diagolds. She's doing it for all the memories, as it links to Schlatt, the hero of the South, and many other memories that could make a significant impact in the future. Solitar has brought forth much clarity to the differences between humanity and demons. She even dropped major background lore of where all the magic came from that was able to put up the Great Barrier. Anything associated with the Southern Lands is huge. The theory of irreversibility gets brought up in future arcs, and of course, anything associated with the United Empire is significant as well. With Solitar freeing Macht, the final battle of this arc begins. Chapter 95, Nameless Greater Demon, features the Greater Demon Solitar, which is her name? Denken, Fern, and Stark watch on from the high ground to see that the Great Barrier surrounding the Golden Land has been shattered. Apparently, this means that they don't need to hide anymore, with Denken acknowledging that Fern was right 2 months ago. He senses another demon just as strong as Macht, who they can assume is the one that destroyed the barrier. Whether the motive is to save Macht or some other more sinister one, they need to do something about Macht, now that he has the ability to roam freely. With that said, the forest begins turning more into gold, with Stark worrying that the expansion of the Golden Land is rapidly increasing, way faster than before. Urgency sets in that they need to grab Frieren and get as far away as possible. That is the only choice, as Denken does his best to evacuate everyone in the village before they get transmuted into gold. Back in the Golden Land, Solitar approaches Macht. He asks Solitar, what is it that she wants? And so she pops the disappointing question. Are you stupid? Did you grow an interior singlet cortex? I thought not. It's what Solitar was trying to tell him some odd years back. Both can bond over the fact that they want to study humanity, but their conclusions of what they think, it just vastly differs. However, it's not a bad thing to have curiosity. What is it that Solitar is trying to get at? This was just a little science experiment to see if one can grow an interior cingulate cortex, or guilt, and maybe like a prefrontal cortex. Basically, experiments fail time and time again until there is a decisive conclusion. Let's move on from the pipe dream. But if you truly believe it is possible to develop these human emotions, please do display what this coexistence is all about. It's something that Solitar volunteers herself to help Macht, but he seems quite disinterested in what she does, as he currently remains apathetic towards everything. As the forests transmute into gold faster and faster, the people are making haste to continue running away safely. Fern is going to stuff Frieren inside the carriage, as she is still asleep and will not wake up at all. This is due to the fact that she is using all of her reserves now to analyze all those memories as fast as possible. And with everything packed up, they help lead Frieren and the villagers out to safety. The demons are approaching much faster than they can escape in such a large group, with Stark deciding that he will stay back to help stall them. Not on Fern's watch. He will do nothing alone, because last time he got fisted without her. Denken volunteers himself, but given the situation, it's better that Denken keeps watch over Frieren and the villagers, as Stark and Fern are confident in their abilities to hold their own, all the while Stark is shaking with the balled fist. Denken certainly is going to owe a lot to these two, because holy smokes, if someone said this scene was a spirit coming out of Oreo in front of a beautiful golden light, but it's not. It's something greater. Demon. It's Solitar. Don't worry, Solitar isn't here to split your guts inside out and pull your brains out from your lifeless body to prove to Macht that the human brain anatomy is just so much different. And when she's totally done showing him, she totally won't eat it. She totally just wants to talk. Stark is totally into the bamboozling, stating that she isn't all that strong, but no way. Fern sees something greater. Demon. Solitar must function like a human, and so she introduces herself to her experiment. I am the greater demon Solitar. Pleased to meet you. Fern has the look of extreme worry and calls out to Stark. Do you know her? Nope. Before even entering the northern plateau, Frieren made sure Fern remembered the name of every greater demon that is known in existence, and yet she never mentioned about a teal hair colored demon girl named Solitar. Back at some campsite in the past, Frieren reads out loud, Revale, the bloody god of war, Tot, the saint of the end, and there is Macht of the Golden Land, the last of the surviving 7 Sage of Destruction. She estimates it will take Fern at least a half of a century to be even with one. And to add the last most important survival tactic advice, she warns Fern to never ever engage with the greater demon, because even though she is a first class mage, a greater demon that has never been accounted for must mean they have survived for longer than you can imagine, meaning that the amount of mana they possess must be exceptional. The reason why there is no one alive to tell the tale about an unknown greater demon means they yeeted every single last one of the humans they've encountered. Back in the present, Stark confirms what Frieren told her and asks if the villagers can still make it out alive. I mean, they can at least stall for as long as possible, because the great man with the monocle is there with the sleeping Frieren. Solitar continues on with their words of friendliness. She's just a recluse that wants to live life in peace without causing a disturbance. I've totally never done a science experiment on someone's brain and ended up eating it. There's just no way. Stark is totally sniffing out some funny business with this demon, with Fern acknowledging the same. This bitch is lying. She reeks and smells entirely like death. As Solitar offers the humans to come closer, like she's speaking to some dogs that are weary of her and wants to just have some heart to heart. Fern shows her one of her fast pew-pews, but that's just child's play for a greater demon. As her body starts to come back into frame after the smoke dissipates, with a face of amusement, she praises the young girl dog for being trained so well to react without hesitation. Fern is beyond surprised that a demon could pull off defensive magic. With this amount of skill, Solitar is happy that she gets to pry into seeing someone with this much talent, and asks the purple-haired girl's name. How was she raised? Looking at Fern's physical features, she concludes that Fern is from the southern lands, with Frieren likely being her master. Judging by how beautiful the hair ornament is on Fern, she wonders if it was a gift. The lovely staff she wields looks like it's been used quite a bit, and it's maybe something Fern takes good care of. Solitar is displaying her elite social skills with humans that seems to intentionally elicit a reaction. She apologizes for her words and actions, as it's been quite some time since she's spoken with someone. So let's backtrack with just one question at a time. And so, Fern gets ready to shoot another big one, but Solitar has already seen her shoot once, and so Fern gets stabbed with a large sword. Looks like Solitar can also pull a Gilgamesh, or is it an unlimited blade works? Fern is surprised at how fast she got hit and how the sword just disappears, with Stark screaming out to her. Many swords start to form and float in the sky right above him. With Stark holding onto the collapsed Fern, Solitar gives Fern a stark warning that if she dares shoot at her again, it will be 2 arms. All she wanted to do is just have a conversation to learn more about humans, and Fern just had to give her a dose of her pew-pews. You know what? Who needs arms when a mouth is only necessary to speak? And so, now it's Stark's turn to take a crack at the greater demon, as he yells out to Fern to run! Solitar makes eye contact with Stark with her magical sword surrounding him. She can literally see Stark trembling in fear. It's interesting seeing someone so afraid of her, yet still standing right in front of her. It's of course Shonen. She unleashes more magical blades right in the back of Stark, downing another one of her human experiments. But before she can extract whatever goods this red-headed one might have, another pew-pew comes flying right at her, but she deflects it with another defensive spell. Fern is right back on her feet, ready to go at it again, with one half of the Fist Bros and Stark, who was known to take more punishment than this. And so to Solitar, there's nothing like experimenting with your food to see what flavors fancies her curiosity next. With the Great Barrier destroyed, the plot thickens, as Solitar wants to see for herself if Macht can actually prove his coexistence, because she is like somewhat of a demon intellect scholar equivalent. Besides the obvious fight that showcases Solitar's abilities, and playing into all the demon stereotypes, the biggest lore that came from this chapter is who all the known greater demons that exist in the world are, with Revale, Taupe being the current unknowns. Other than that, it's time to move onto chapter 96, Master and Apprentice, featuring a flashback moment like during one of the previous montages that show Macht teaching a young Denken with Lecture by his side, likely about magic. All the villagers are ahead of Denken, with him protecting the rear. Frieren is still wrapped up in the blanket and knocked out in the carriage. Something suddenly hits Denken's senses, and he tells all the villagers to make sure to proceed forward without him. As they are worried, it's not like they can do anything anyways, but make their way to safety. He tells them to cross the ridge, and they will be in Imperial territory. Someone as powerful as Macht would struggle facing off against the Empire's forces if he tries to brute force his way in. It's now up to the villagers to take care of the one trump card that is still snoozing away until she can prove she's ready to assist. The man that Lernen had Edel read his memories gives him a wish of luck. And as they make their way further ahead, out of sight, here comes a reunion that no one could have thunk would happen outside of the Great Barrier, outside of the Golden Land. Macht and Denken, face to face. The last demon sage tells his apprentice that he is ready to move to another place. Denken looks on and Macht asks if Frieren is with the other villagers. But Denken questions back, why would he even want to know? Quite frankly, he will yeet every single one of them that knows of his existence. It's better for him to start anew, far, far away, so that no one can track him down to mess up his future human science experiments. After starting to explain how his next experiment would push him closer to understanding human emotions, Denken stops him short. He is already aware of the fact that Macht can't undo Dia Goads, and even so, still hope for the best outcome possible in saving everyone. Although Macht is a demon and is a reminder of the creatures that yeeted his parents, he still saw Macht as his beloved master that devoted himself to Weiss. But the time has come. There is no way in hell he can allow Macht to leave this golden land. At this point, the next best scenario is no longer keeping Macht alive, as he is one of humanity's greatest threats. Macht can't believe what he is seeing and questions his thought process. Denken explains the true reason he never ended up fighting Macht. It isn't because out of fear or because he can't match up evenly with Macht. It's because of that glimmer of hope that there exists some world that there is a best outcome for everyone. However, that's impossible. Improbable? A student taking down their master and the strongest of the 7 demon sages of destruction. Does Denken really have a chance? Well, Denken will try, just like Macht's human experiments. Since that very day, young Denken asked if he could be powerful enough to yeet Macht. He has religiously trained for this inevitability, although he hasn't visited his home in about a half of a century. Gluck's ultimate scheme of having Macht train and keep Denken focused has finally brought forward a collision of this fated battle. Macht lets it be known how much aura he has, and it reminds Denken of how much of a difference in power it is between them. However, preparation and experience shall lead him from here on out, and he gets ready for that small sliver of a chance of victory. Denken concedes that he is just a stubborn man, but Macht has always seen that side to him. As the monocle man lets one rip, Macht ends up right behind him for a slash of his cape, now turned sword, and ends up shooting quite a big one himself. It's a duel that makes Macht reminisce of all their previous training sessions. As the smoke clears and Denken is unscathed, with his defensive magic up, fully aware of how many times he has fought against Macht, it is the secret sauce that no other mage has experienced in doing for the entirety of their young adult life. Macht looks on as this isn't the same young Denken he knew before, as this monocle Denken continues blasting away at him. He begins an inner dialogue, thinking about how much his student is prepared for his slashing attack, and is able to time the exact moment when he has a brief opening. It's a fight that he isn't used to, as he continues to get barraged with another attack that turns him into a tornado. But Macht is still shielding himself with his defensive magic. With Denken prepared for the slashing attack, attacking at the exact moment he has an opening, and having a level of control that is beyond what he thought was capable for him, Denken has now ended up right behind him to get ready for an up-close Zoltrack. In that instant, Macht transformed his sword back into that cape that deflected such a powerful blast from up close. He speaks out loud to tell his student, Master Denken, Apparently, I underestimated you. It turns out to be a fight that he is quite enjoying, but it's currently a race against time as he can't allow Frieren to reach the Empire, to have an entire slew of powerful military forces chasing after him, as he shapeshifts his cape back into a sword with a large blast enveloping the background. We get our very first look at the magic special forces of the Empire as he concludes that dispelling the Empire's barrier around the border while fighting against the magic special forces would be difficult, even with the help of Solitar. It's not a fight he truly wants to end now, but he is ready to finally finish. Macht tries to end the fight with Dia Golds, except he transmuted himself into gold. As Denken sports a dark aura we have seen before with Macht smiling on, how delighted he feels not seeing that Denken could pull off such a spell. Macht's entire body starts turning into gold as Denken uses the Mr. Zyla Curse Reversal spell. In a flashback, it is revealed what exactly Denken asked for his privilege of becoming a first-class mage. The spell that Denken desires is the Mr. Zyla Curse Reversal spell, used specifically for fighting. But like Serie said before, it's primitive and boring. She gets curious about what he is wanting it for, but remains silent on the matter. But it's not a problem because it's something that can be easily deduced. It's a spell that would basically be impossible for a mere human to obtain, as it takes about a century's worth just to learn it, at least not in the old-fashioned way. So that's why she pulls out the spell that allows her to transfer spells, Feel Wearer. With this spell, Serie can transfer the fruits of her labor to anyone she allows to receive it. It is rather a cheat code for mages that end up spending their entire existence mastering, just to pass it along to someone that can use it soon after. The limited lifespan of humans is a bottleneck that they can't overcome, but one of her top apprentices, Zinza, warns her that you will lose a fairly easy spell that can't reflect curses. Serie is offended that her student would say such a thing, as there are many other ways to counter curses than just simply reflecting it. The Feet Goddess has spoken, as the privilege for becoming a first-class mage is absolute. Sense gives her master a little side-eye as she looks onto her master that reluctantly says that she just needs to learn it again. 100 years for an elf is but a simple chapter in her life. Denken holds onto the Mr. Zyla grimoire as Serie explains that all he needs to do is read it and he should be able to use it. Unfortunately, the drawback to using this spell is the fact it drains much of your mana, comparing it to a defensive spell that covers your entire body. So for someone like Serie who has a massive amount of mana, it isn't going to be quite the same for Denken. Continuing further, explains that to even block a curse that is invisible and when the casting is hard to predict, how will you even be able to react in time to use it correctly? Like we all know by this point, a student observed his master for the entirety of his life as a mage, and so he can predict when Macht will use a spell, regardless if he can sense his mana or even if the spell is invisible. However, it's far from over. Like before with Serie, Denken already knows that his master can undo Dia Golds if it's applied on himself. The match continues as Macht's gold smile of delight comes crumbling back to continue what he thought he would end sooner. This is the chapter that really brought forward likely Gluck's grand plan to not only help young Denken have an outlet for his childhood trauma of having his parents yeeted by a demon, but also have Macht train his worst enemy. When Solitar provided all that background magical foundation about the Great Barrier, this chapter introduced the Empire's military forces in the Magic Special Forces. Perhaps one of the most exciting, relevant moments of this arc is Denken asking for Mr. Zyla to fight against Macht. One low-key character development that the Divine Revolte arc also provided was Serie's actions and words, from giving away a simple spell that can reflect any curse when used, while also in the fact that Sense warned her that giving it away would leave her more vulnerable. At the same time, it could be a combination of Serie's hubris and want to bestow a privilege that she herself honestly just made up for the Continental Magic Association. This interaction with Sense, like before with Ganao, is something that may have grave consequences, in the Foundation Festival arc or future other arcs. Continuing right into the thick of the plot is Chapter 97 Observation, featuring the Heroes Party, where we will soon learn about the backstory regarding Bulls the Immortal, one of the 7 demon sages of destruction. This is the kind of position that Solitar thrives in talking down to Ningans and hearing all about them, as they have no way of threatening her anymore. Fern continues pew-pewing and Stark continues slashing. She spills on about all of her wonderful interactions about what food they like, what growing up was like, and what did they do for a living. Insight into the family dynamics was fascinating too, because what the hell is a family? There is also a human's hopes and dreams, along with their final words, learning about humanity's customs, cultures, and magical prowess through words. It's just riveting. Don't you think, science experiments? Slash. This bitch be talking too much, yo. What? It's called slang. Not liking getting chopped into pieces, Solitar continues antagonizing by saying she will torment and make sure fisting is the last on your list of problems. Solitar goes for the liver and is able to get a cut as Fern loads up a Zoltrack special and delivers it right through Solitar's hand. She is mildly intrigued, as inner dialogue explains that her timing couldn't have been off, still sustaining damage. What comes next is another Fern special, Unlimited Pew Pews. Solitar uses her defensive magic to negate all the blows against Fern's Zoltrack, as she is floating with nothing but butterflies around her shots. She's figured angry Fern out that she shoots fast pew pews and gets to wondering what kind of Zoltrack she is shooting. But bombs away Fern continues, sending a flurry of destruction onto the land. Stark and Fern settle in as the dust settles, and there she is, alone. Fern is extra worried that everything she is good at, Solitar, basically tanked with no damage at all. And look at that aura. Her mana, so damn massive, it basically absorbed anything, because even though defensive magic uses up quite a bit of mana, it might not even matter against someone like a greater demon, whose mana is so much greater than a bunch of fast pew pews. And so Fern is facing the reality where demon lifespans are hacks. This is the first time Solitar is experiencing a barrage of Zoltracks firing at such a high clip. It's another wonderful part of her experiments that she would log into her 2-horn dome. In return, she will show them her own Solitar special. Look at the birdie. Solitar presents to them the next state of her procedure. The talk to the hand, and downs them, hitting them both with a simple spell of firing off her mana. She is still too invested in learning about these 2 young buckaroos and won't let them die just yet. But Solitar gets grazed at the shoulder. Fern is no slouch, especially when she's angry, and sees her man on the ground. She figures out that as long as she can increase the density of Zoltrack, it can draw blood and get past Solitar's enormous amount of mana shielding her. Once more, Solitar's inner dialogue confronts the realization that someone that increases the density while maintaining that rapid fire speed is not something a regular mage can pull off, and she's paying attention and adapting to her fighting style, shooting her exactly when she leaves an opening momentarily. This isn't like the bums that Macht has fought before that underestimated the ability of demons. She is quite certain that if that dense blast of Zoltrack was aimed a bit lower, then your goddamn heart is next. Miss alone time. Stark will take cover, but this demon is a wild one and wants to test the next stage of her experiment. But before her trial can be tested, everyone turns into gold. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, the battle is cut short as the 2 teenagers become a part of the Golden Land. Back in the fight against Macht, Denken is still floating in the air with the aura of Mr. Zyla. Even if Denken can predict when Macht casts Dia Golds, he's just going to spam it because in a war of attrition, old-timer demons wins, especially against a greater demon. It's something that Macht can keep up for days, even spending all of his energy, countering the amount of consumption it will take Denken to constantly use it. As Macht spells out what his strategy will be, Denken senses an even greater danger and flies away. Macht is questioning Denken's strategy of just running away, but Macht's Dia Golds that's expanding across the forest is much faster than the speed the roughly 78-year-old man can fly away. The Imperial Mage must do whatever he can to make sure Frieren is saved, because she is the trump card that shall not be turned into gold. With only 12 seconds needed, going at peak speed, he should be able to make it, but he's starting to feel the guilt of putting Frieren's entire party at risk. But unfortunately, he runs into the Talk to the Hand. As Unlimited Blade Works make their way on top of Denken, Solitar can't help but antagonize all of her future fallen victims. It rains magical swords, downing the man with the monocle into the ground, meaning Dia Golds has finally consumed another victim. In actuality, Denken intentionally stopped using Mr. Zyla to allow his body to transmute into gold, saving his body from damage, but he is now forever frozen as a part of Macht's golden land. He can't help but apologize for this losing battle's outcome, becoming just that. It is now over. With Solitar standing right over the golden Denken, we are now living in a world where our heroes have become golden statues. Fern, Stark, all of the villagers that were making their way into the Imperial Empire in the story's main protagonists sleeping in the carriage in Frieren, they are now transmuted as a part of the Golden Land. As far as we can see on the horizon, everything is golden. It is over. The bad guys win, and so Macht wants to move on to the next chapter of their lives. As boredom sets in, something he is very used to, both marching on forward until Solitar comes to a stop and senses something, which leads into Solitar explaining something quite unusual. She goes on to detail the fight Frieren had against Aura the Guillotine, one of the 7 demon sages of destruction. Detailing that fight, she was able to look into the traces of mana. One major moment that stood out was the fact that Frieren was able to dispel the scales of obedience that were used on the undead army. Demon Anya Forger fought the hero's party over 80 years prior, and Frieren got to see her spell in action then. This sparks a major revelation into the lore of how different magic is between demon sages and humans, which leads to Macht asking if Frieren was able to analyze the scales of obedience, in which she learned of during their first go-around. That's actually not what Solitar was getting at, as spells used by the 7 demon sages of destruction are beyond humanity's comprehension or even the laws of nature. There are too many major psychological differences between the bodies and brains of a demon that humans could never actually use, meaning the spells that demons use are uniquely 7 demon sage specific. However, even though humans can't use the spell, it doesn't mean they can't dispel it. There are many ways to deal with the phenomena that occurs. You don't have to understand the process or how it works, but you can deal with it. Solitar uses the analogy of humans crafting boats before understanding buoyancy or how floating works. Humans created sails even when they don't know where winds are being blown from, further explaining that sea walls were built without knowing what causes waves. This is the human phenomena that they have always been able to handle something they don't quite understand. Since ancient times, it is primitive, yet is the most logical thing they can do, using the single word of observation as the key for humanity to deal with the unknown. Macht brings up the fact that Frieren has been analyzing his memories in depth for the past 100 years, and realizes that he has used Dia Golds so many times for Frieren to observe up close and personal, so there are likely multiple examples for her to see how it was cast. On the flip side, it is a keen observation on Solitar's part to investigate Frieren's ability, along with knowing how humanity has been able to deal with so many things they may not even grasp fundamentally, which leads the story back to the Golden Carriage, where Frieren lies there transmuted as a part of the Golden Land. This sparks a flashback of one of the most pivotal moments in the hero's party's journey to defeat the Demon King, and if not one of the most crucial lore moments in all of Frieren. Himmel, Hyther, Eisen, along with Frieren, are stuck inside Bose the Immortal's barrier. The first thing Frieren says is our adventure ends here and now. Having no faith, Himmel points to the wonderful world of magic. Time and time again, we hear about the powers of imagination that creates new spells, and here, trapped in this unbreakable barrier, involves imagining the unimaginable. Where there's a will, there's a way, and giving up isn't the same as not being able to imagine. Frieren continues playing Debbie Downer and asks if he can crack a walnut with his bare hands. Shoot, never tried, but I probably can. Frieren's pessimism is so bad, she moves the goalpost to a diamond. Can you break that, Himmel, the diamond demolisher? Himmel gives her a blank stare. She deduces that Himmel thought he could not and can't picture himself doing it even in the future. It's because it's a superhuman, unimaginable feat. But the man that is closest to feet can totally do it. Yes, the dwarf man that is closest to the ground, he can do it. Frieren gets out of her slump to put on a smile to agree that Eisen probably can. She can't see herself as the same bakemono like you freaks. The gap between Bose the Immortal and herself is just too much. I can't break this barrier. And no one wants to hear the words of I can't. If Frieren can't see it, then Himmel the Hero will show her as he grips his sword and aims it at the barrier. Himmel will help her picture it and drops the key line in all of Frieren that goes hand to hand with the powers of magic that nothing is impossible in this world. With a powerful slash of his sword, a piece of the barrier actually took damage, meaning there's no such thing as indestructible. Eisen is up next and ready to have a crack at it. Frieren finally gives in because her entire party is filled with these monster weirdos as she sparks up a ball of her magic and tells everyone she's not sure how long it will take to analyze everything. Poor Hyther, he finally has a line in all of this. Being the sober one, it reveals that he can cast magic that would help them live for another 2 months without needing food, water, or even oxygen. He really is sober. All that needs to happen now is for Frieren to imagine that she's just as big of a monster freak like the rest of her party members. And with that said, the golden land that we see here starts getting zapped out of existence. Frieren has awoken from her slumber as one of the 4 heroes party member monster freaks. She has analyzed Macht's memories, and from now on, this curse is no more. She has in fact undid Dia Golds. In terms of our heroes in the story actually facing a life-threatening situation, this is the first time we could say the good guys lost. At least in this iteration with Frieren's party. The role of Solitar's character is to drive home various differentiating lore between how humans use magic versus demons using magic, and why the physical composition between humans and demons are actually much different. This is why humans can't use and understand the 7 demon sage magic, because it is innately demon, and even more so as a greater demon that is built within their own flesh that only they can comprehend. It's what makes the pairing of Solitar and Macht so fascinating, because you have Macht who believes he can develop human emotions, but Solitar is the one grounded in science that while humans can't understand something, they figure out how to deal with it. Frieren undoing Dia Golds is to prove while she can't use Macht's ability, she can deal with it by reversing it. At some point, there will be multiple videos on this channel that will cover Macht and Solitar's characters from various perspectives, so be on the lookout for that on this channel. The reason why I want to take a little more time breaking this chapter down is because this right here with Himmel determining that nothing is impossible in this world if you can imagine it is one of the few encompassing quotes that could explain all of how the world of Frieren works. Magic is derived from creativity and your imagination, which also means it can apply to various other instances, because like what we've already seen on the chapter cover, see the unimaginable and break Bose the Immortal's barrier. This is going to be one of the most referenced chapters in all of Frieren. So on to chapter 98, Retribution, featuring the back of Lecture looking on at her husband in Denken. Denken, you're awake. He apologizes for falling asleep at the table And look at that badge. He's been promoted again. And she gives a warm congratulations to her hubby. With this, he's going to receive a generous reward with much more money than frontier nobility like them would really need. Out of the blue, he says that she won't die if they have that much. But he stops and gazes at her for just a brief moment. And Lecture asks, what's the matter? Denken has become aware of his dream, because at the time he received this badge, he thought it would help save her life, and was going to come back to Weiss on a carriage to deliver the good news. Except, tragedy strikes. On the night of the conferment ceremony, a messenger, Triple R, arrived to inform him of her death. With all of his hard work and dedication thinking he could save Lecture from her sickness, she passed away, and he wasn't even present for her last moments. Being devoted to his work, it wasn't about money or recognition. It's clearly. Even if Denken realized that he's just in a dream, the dream is just about as real as it gets to seeing his wife one last time. Lecture questions what he means by one last time. He admits out loud that he's been defeated, that Macht has won. The difference in their abilities is just too great. Even keeping up his training ever since Macht took him under his wing for all these years, it still just wasn't enough for a greater demon. But you know you have a good woman when she is there to support you no matter how beaten up you are and backed against the wall. Listen here, Monaco Lewinsky. Who gives a flying f***? I've seen your ass get beat so many times, but one of the most attractive traits is what? Redemption. So go, blow him away. Denken wants to play coy because the training sessions against Macht was just that. Sparring. When have you ever seen a Monaco man give up when he has his eyes set on something he wants? The Denken, Lecture knows, always goes one more round, one more time. Which makes Denken think about that one more time against Macht in another flashback that shows a young adult Denken facing off against Macht, who has a slight wound right across his cheeks. But before he can think about Lecture's cheeks, one last time. Damn you, Frieren! Frieren has found Denken and applied her reversal of Dia Golds to his body, as he has now went from completely golden in a dream with his wife to waking up to another older lady. She proceeds to talk further on her path to find the others, but Denken asks how long actually passed. Who knows? Like an hour. Gosh darn it, damn diddly. What you mean, gosh damn it, damn diddly? It's been too long already. It's been a while since Denken was able to express his true self without the facade of a high and mighty man of the Imperial Empire that gets to stand next to the Emperor. It honestly makes him feel foolish as they continue walking down a path. A glow is present on them both, in which Frieren explains that it is a protection spell that will prevent them from being cursed by Dia Golds. It's really amazing because Frieren is totally hacks. Although she is hacks, doesn't mean their situation is much better, as it seems like Macht and Solitar have already tracked down their location and they're right there. It also seems like every other elite mage they have faced can sense mages, no matter how good they are at concealing their mana. Here they are, a face-off between Macht and Solitar and Frieren and Denken. It's not something Macht can fathom that someone could have dispelled his Dia Golds, which makes it all the more reason to yeet her. But let's be real here, that's always been the plan.
Hajimemashite, Frieren.
I am Solitar, a greater demon. Who gives a f***? Frieren remembers Solitar from Macht's memories and can see how powerful she is. Likely on the same level as Macht, Solitar wants to move on to her next science experiment that involves pointy ears, but this one is quite the menace. If Frieren explains how she undid Dia Golds, she could live a little longer because the odds are stacked against her. Frieren hits her with sarcasm, with Solitar responding back that it's impressive that she mastered a way to reverse Dia Golds and being able to achieve it in only 2 months. But Frieren has a rebuttal that it wasn't just 2 months, that she analyzed it that did it alone. It was along with the experience she had firsthand fighting against Macht 600 years prior. But Macht doesn't remember because, of course he doesn't. Frieren was just one of many puny lower beings that he has fought that ended up escaping his grasp. So it's no surprise that Frieren was not recorded into his memory. It was one of her fiercest battles that took an entire century to figure out how to transmute her arm back from being Dia Gold's. She was already confident that she could turn her arm back to normal because she'd done it before, but it would take too long. That is why Frieren tried to antagonize him back with Stark, Fern, and Denken. If Macht was going to cast Dia Gold's, she wanted to see for herself if she could counter it. Macht is utterly blown away by this crazy strategy that Frieren would risk her life on a mere experiment. Says the "I want to understand guilt and malice" demon, knowing that she could have been stuck as a part of the Golden Land forever. Going on further, explains that Macht was likely wary of her due to the fact he knows that Dia Gold's isn't a perfected spell. It's something he likely prepped for just in case he runs into Serie's Miss Xyla Curse reversal spell again. However, everything that has led up to this point was enough for Frieren to understand. Being that Dia Gold's isn't perfect, magic is a world derived from visualization, from the fact that she undid it on her own before, and from the fragments of Macht's memories. Her counterspell to negate it is now complete. Although this entire land is still golden, it is something she can also reverse the curse on as well. Macht looks on, as well as Denken, and then action takes place, with Frieren carrying on that it would take her some time to analyze the entirety of the Golden Land before turning it back. With the explanation told to both Macht and Solitar, it's time to get busy. Frieren shoots a giant flame towards them, with Macht simply evading it, and Solitar putting up a defensive barrier. Solitar is perplexed by the fact that Frieren would attempt such a low probability battle against two greater demons. Wouldn't it make sense for Frieren and Denken to fall back and attempt to run away if they could? Macht continues pouring down blasts on top of Frieren, with their defensive magic blocking only on the moment of impact. Retreating is something Frieren would do, but it's far more dangerous to let an enemy of humanity back into the wild. That is Macht of the Golden Land. Solitar is tier 1 troll and says it back to Frieren that calling him the enemy of all humanity is a horrible thing to say. Didn't you analyze all Macht's memories? He totally wants to coexist with humans like a weirdo. It's from the bottom of his demon heart. Unlike the likes of Solitar, it's basically every other demon. It's what makes him special, as Solitar delivers a cut right by the side of Denken's ear. Frieren notices Denken taking damage, and then Macht swings his sword down right at her, breaking her defensive barrier, giving her a bloody wound. As Denken escapes with a minor cut, Solitar praises his ability to quickly evade such a surprise attack. Back to Frieren, blocking Macht's spell. She continues the open conversation in the middle of battle that it is true that Macht wishes for coexistence with humans, and that does make him different from other demons, as an explosion is met between her and Macht. That, you know what? That's respectable. That someone wants to live in a world where demons are willing to meet halfway with humans, stating that he is only the second demon to ever seek out such an outcome. The problem is, what the hell is halfway for demons? Well guys, I think I learned something today. Because you want something where no one can understand each other in order for Macht to continue testing his theories, means lives will be lost. They will die, and Macht has no remorse for it. To Macht, it's like eating all of your dogs in order to find out if you really feel bad about it. On a fundamental level, Macht's desire for coexistence is not wrong. It sounds good, but you know millions will lose their lives and freedom in the process, or a non-existent equality and coexistence that will never work in reality. Frieren is telling us that it has to stop right here. However many times he wants to test out his theories of attaining malice and guilt, there is nothing but dead bodies trailing him to test out his theory. Before Macht, there was the Demon King that wanted this exact thing, coexistence with humans. And what did that lead to? Instead of Macht pulling a golden land on the fortress city of Weiss, betraying his good human friend in Gluck and all of his people, the Demon King went, let's yeet all the elves, eat some, burn some towns, all the way down to only a third of his population. Macht's one lifetime is a mind-boggling 10, 20, 30 generations down the line for humans. It will only lead to more test subjects for his experiments and the extinction of humanity. Frieren gets ready to make sure that she steps up to the plate to continue this age of peace, and she is a mage meant for peace as she points her staff right at Macht to deliver the line that is vividly still in Macht's memory from Gluck that Frieren saw herself. It's time for you to face retribution, Macht of the Golden Land. Macht is familiar with these words that his dear human buddy said right before he turned completely into gold. Gluck's words remain with Macht even till this day, so the day has come that he gets punished as that villain. There is no greater honor for a demon to be faced with such a thing they can't comprehend, and he wants Frieren to do the honors of showing him the way of what retribution means. Denken has waited an eternity to deliver this retribution, so he will be the one to take on Macht as he should. Frieren simply asked if he could, with Denken only needing to give her a look. With that look, Frieren accepts, which means her weird old demon counterpart that's excellent at trolling and doing her own human experiments will be the one she will face. We shall see whose face will be able to survive a talk to the hand.
Subarashi.
Wonderful. After 20 chapters breaking down the very crux of the argument of why demons are demons and humans are humans, the mere fact that everything still just culminated into fighting to the death over coexistence should tell you that there was no real progress, in which Kanehito has brilliantly introduced the contradiction of Himmel the Hero's impossibility can be possible. And magic is all about visualization, imagination. Still, there is a limit to that imagination. Beyond the abstract ideas of this arc was more important lore about the Demon King. It seems like he was just like Macht, but on an even grander, incomprehensible scale, since there was like an entire war against demons. Now it's time for the action to continue for round 2, for Denken and Frieren to take on Fern Stark's place. Chapter 99, Offense and Defense begins with the cover of an iconic face-off between Solitar and Frieren. The chapter opens up with the familiar position as Solitar rains down unlimited blade works onto Frieren. But this is nothing for Frieren's defensive magic. The way Solitar is attacking her is forcing her further and further away from the Golden Land, where Denken is facing off against Macht, and so she responds back with Balls on Bell, Hellfire Summoning. Frieren is racking her brain over multitasking, defending against Solitar, who is only focused on her, while she herself is trying her best to send back attacks. Solitar is slowly just manipulating Frieren to end up where she wants her. Real, recognize real. And Solitar is really powerful. She hits the greater demon with a talk no distraction and fires off more flames, telling Solitar that she wasn't going to help Denken anyways. Although the nameless demon fights like the typical antagonizing villain that plays with her prey. Due to her studies, she doesn't take unnecessary risks and ups the probability in her favor if she can do it. Humans are social creatures that can work well together, unlike innately individualistic demons, as Solitar sends another barrage of magical pointers. Frieren somehow matrixes all the swords except the side of her cheek. Like Stark and Fern before, Solitar taps into her antagonistic villainy of words. You are mean. How are you gonna let an old man die on his own? The older lady gets caught in Solitar's explosion. But did she? I don't think so. Demons literally lack this social awareness that humans innately possess. Did you see the Monaco Lewinsky? That's a man with a plan that's ready to blow Macht's mind away. That's the kind of man Frieren trusts, so instead of fire, let's give her something shocking this time. Frieren's job is to be the one to take down the greater demon herself and make sure she disintegrates away in ashes of mana. Solitar is beside herself that Monaco Lewinsky is facing a man that is near the pinnacle of magic in Macht of the Golden Land, the 7 demon stages of destruction. Denken may be a first-class mage and a trusted imperial mage of the Emperor, but just because Dia Golds doesn't affect them anymore doesn't mean a mere human won't end up on his knees. With Solitar striking a pose and getting too much into the dialogue, she's fallen into the predator's bad habit when they've been the hunters their entire existence, which leads to overconfidence and a demon hubris that has yeeted off many of her demon brethren. Solitar may have studied this fact, but being in that situation herself is something she had to catch herself doing. Still, just terrifyingly floating in the air with an arsenal of sharp objects. The magical swords start to dissipate as Frieren looks up above. The alone demon gives away her high ground to meet back on an even surface. Although Solitar has a thirst for curiosity about humanity, she has no choice but to quench it with Frieren's blood instead. That is by far the smarter choice to not play with your food and help Macht finish off Denken. And so Solitar makes a stark change to her flow of mana, and then she delivers. It's the talk to the hand. It's the most disrespectful move that Solitar can deliver, like she did before against Stark and Fern. It's a simple spell that delivers a mana palm to the face from very far away. The irony it is that with all the ever-growing complicated magic that exists in the world, a spell that releases mana will always remain a classic. To yeet a ningen. With Frieren taking a direct hit and finding herself back in the sky at Solitar's side with more invisible wounds, the nameless demon continues that although there are other ways in the world to defeat mages with large mana reserves, the one with the massive amount of mana is just simply stronger. And so get ready for more talk to the hand. Between the two, Frieren believes there actually isn't much of a difference between their mana reserves, as she chooses to send more balls and bells back at her. Solitar floats away as the flames start to surround her, with Frieren flying right by her side with sight set on her. But once again, her talk to the hand was a meme before people even knew what a meme was, as Golden Smokey the Bear isn't going to be pleased by Miss Alone's attack. Solitar's ability to control her mana is just too much to deal with, along with the fact she makes her attack incredibly dense, that it knifes right through her defensive spell like it was a scrap of paper. Frieren has no choice but to be extra cautious about taking too much damage, especially in a fatal place, and plus, the density in her mana makes for an impenetrable defense, like how Fern struggled before with their flurry of rapid fire Zotrax. After sending lightning spells, it's back to fire again, which have been largely ineffective. Solitar's ability to manipulate and control her mana with such precision and accuracy without even needing an incantation is next level. And just like that, Frieren's inner dialogue gets met with the face of the lone, nameless demon. Kaboom! Frieren finds herself wrecked on the ground next to nature's oxygen maker, still deeply in her thoughts of what seems like apathy on her face, and telling herself why she hates fighting nameless demons. It's likely she will soon be too overwhelmed. Even Solitar is facing the same conclusion that it will soon be over unless Frieren pulls out all the stops, which makes Frieren lift up her head to listen to what Solitar has to say about recounting her battle against Aura the Guillotine, and how she knows the elf is purposefully limiting her mana. After seeing it firsthand, it is truly remarkable that Solitar doesn't see any instability at all in her mana. If she didn't do some prep work at the site of the battle, then she probably would have been tricked just like Aura, continuing to put on that big smile on her face that your evil ex used to make, and explains how someone that can limit their mana on this level must have taken centuries of training that involve much of blood, sweat, and tears.
Frieren, sugoi.
You're so awesome, Frieren. Shut the f up. You talk too goddamn much and probably blab about people's secrets. However, Solitar is firm on the fact that she doesn't tell secrets, and is too crazy sounding that no one would believe her anyways. Like Frieren, acknowledging Solitar's mana control, she is now doing the same out loud to Frieren. With those words, it strikes Frieren in a way that makes her stand back up and ready to kill her right here, right now. As if Frieren doesn't have any other cool spells to use, like during the first class mage exam against her clone. How about just some more fire? This leads her to speak about someone else that was also excellent at limiting her mana. Someone like Fern has yet lived long enough to be able to trick a demon on her level in such a way. There is still some need for more refinement. Frieren's unlimited spamming of fire takes a momentary halt to ask if she fought Fern at the start. She did. The little gash on her shoulder was all due to her apprentice. Both of Frieren's party members were excellent at working together, as they'd all been taught well. Fern is a very capable mage and likely just transmuted into gold like Monica Lewinsky was. The nameless greater demon named Alone likes what she hears. No, I yeeted her. Frieren's eyes widened with the contradictory character name, saying that she yeeted the both of them. Right. Sure. She is sure that the both of them remember her warning about facing a nameless greater demon, as Solitar pulls up from up close to deliver a talk to the hand. But from one female to another, she knows when a lady is full of shit. So she delivers her own talk to the hand. Solitar did say that her talk to the hand ability isn't that special. At last, the hero's party's mage unleashes her own aura with a massive display of magical excellence. She too can copy such a simple spell and give Alone some alone time with their very own dose of 5 fingers to the face. Even when it is an action-packed chapter, there will always be a balance of dialogue, with the focus very much showing how much humans and demons think much differently, like with the social cues. Solitar finally snaps out of her demon habits of playing with her food to actually do what she thinks is best to defeat Frieren, and it might still involve antagonizing as she brings up Fern and Stark lying to her about eating them. It seems like Solitar's explanation of humans being able to observe and learn is on full display with Frieren copying her exact move. Chapter 100, The Fundamentals of Mages, is a special one with Frieren and Denken in the midst of their iconic battles, with the cover being in full color. Taking up 2 pages with Frieren, Solitar, Macht, and Denken in front of the Golden Land. The fight continues with Frieren giving Solitar her very own talk to the hand. As she is sat down and having the time of her life, Frieren is unamused, but Solitar is very much impressed by Frieren. After all of her time doing experiments, speaking with her experiments, and gaining knowledge from her demon counterparts, this is her first time facing mortal combat. While the nameless demon usually fights like a wimp to maintain her utmost chances at survival, it's time. Take a look at my left hand before you talk to the right. No words are needed when a high five does all the talking, as the sounds of explosions become this Mortal Kombat symphony. With Frieren giving Solitar another dose of her own spell, the dust starts to disappear to reveal Solitar once again, cooking up another surprise. What's the number before a high five? 4. Solitar seems to be enjoying her battle with Frieren, as Frieren survives 4 explosions, leaving her on the ground with 1 knee down. She is starting to conclude that Solitar's mana defense might actually be too impenetrable for her spells. Going back and forth against her like this will definitely spell doom. It is like many times in all of Frieren, it ends up being a war of attrition. And so she continues looking at the demon, who goes back into her experiment no jutsu talk, with Frieren constantly calling her out for being a chatty patty, but it gives her an opportunity to think about alternatives in handling Solitar. Given the life or death situation, Solitar delves into her mortality and how humanity's collaborative nature when it comes to knowledge will ultimately lead them into turning a predator like herself into prey. Ultimately, when that day does happen, she's going to beg for her life, unamused. Mother? If today is the day and Frieren is her maker that makes her talk to the hand one last time, what would Frieren think of it? Being this is Solitair's first Mortal Kombat, she doesn't want to die and just be pals with Frieren. She just doesn't understand how to do it. Shut the f up. I see. Solitair's peak antagonization comes to fruition as she plays the gaslight card onto Frieren and suspects that Frieren's soul is much different from humans. Creatures with human-like faces beg for forgiveness in the language of humans, but you don't allow those pleas to be heard and just yeet them. In this case, who truly is the monster? It's you. This shifts the look on Frieren's face with Solitar noticing that shift, and this piques her interest to know what she is thinking in her current state of mind. Solitar, it's called weaponized empathy. And you gaslighting blue-haired bastard, it all makes sense. While standing back up, Frieren completely understands that Solitar understands human psychology on a level much greater than other demons, and yet coexistence is impossible. Solitar cannot be what she says because actions speak louder than words, and all she is doing is committing provocation for her experiment to see what Frieren does. Once more, Solitar asks of Frieren's current state of mind. This is actually a relief for the hero's party's mage, that the more evil, deceptive, and cruel you are, it makes it easy for her, that she won't need to grieve like she has in the past. But before that match continues, it's time for the battle in the Golden Land. Denken unleashes a bunch of pew-pews, with Macht dodging them all. He can see the improving accuracy in the midst of their battle, and so he snaps off his hair. It turns out really pointy. It tosses it back at Denken's face, giving him another one of those cheek grazes. Macht is also noticing how much better he is at predicting his attacks. Funny enough, when elves or demons refer to time, he mentions how much his student has improved with only a brief amount of time passing. Macht slashes his sword, but Denken easily dodges and looks on in observation. In actuality, it's about his ability to recall his moves from the countless training sessions. Like Fern, Denken chooses what looks to be blame, but like Solitar, it's nowhere close to getting past his mana shield, as he breezes right through it to meet Denken head on, where pure strength will triumphant, giving Denken a small gash across his body. It's another battle where the war of attrition favors Macht. Denken deems that a powerful spell or a large attack just won't damage him. It's the same issue he faced back then, a half century ago. His magic has never been able to phase Macht besides that one time being. And so, Macht takes a back shot as Monica Lewinsky on one knee delivers a blow. Denken didn't think it would work, but it sucks for Macht. Macht recognizes the attack as Zoltrak, but the speed in which he cast it was on another level. During the first class mage exam, when Frieren explained that Zoltrak is a newer spell for older ladies like her, so the time it takes to develop the reflexes necessary to block it is still very early for her. No matter what, she will always be a tick too slow to stop it because she has to think for a brief moment to try to stop it. It's similar to what Fern delivered upon Solitar before turning into gold, and one where Frieren's explanation helped Denken discover a flaw for old mages. Back in the present, Denken sends more barrages of fast Zoltraks, like against Qual, the Elder Sage of Corruption. Zoltrak is now a fundamental human spell that has existed before almost 78-year-old Denken was born, so the Macht, he doesn't know about all the advances of it because he's been sealed inside the Golden Land the entire time. And some historical lore in Frieren gets introduced, as Denken references a turbulent era that led humanity to keep improving Zoltrak, which is as good as defensive magic. Macht keeps up his defenses, but is still sustaining some minor damage like the anime trope to the cheeks. Can Macht actually see the cut to his cheeks, or is it just mana blood? He ponders over what exactly kind of an attack he is experiencing. It seems like simplicity in magic ends up being the most effective in battle. Macht puts on a smile in realization that he is fighting against the cumulative knowledge of the history of human magic. The 7 Demon Sage agrees with Denken to finally put an end to this fight, as Macht is his teacher, an enemy that he must defeat, transforming his cape into a mini twister, bringing forth an intricate designed spear. It's truly been probably centuries since Macht has had such an enjoyment in the midst of a life or death battle. So come forth, my student of the Monaco. This chapter just reinforced what we already know about demons, that words mean nothing because the action always leads to death and destruction, something that is innate to demons to do. Frieren serves to prove that there comes a certain point where yeeting a danger to society that has yeeted and destroyed countless amounts of villages and likely has tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of human corpses she is responsible for. There is no coexistence with beings that don't understand that one death is one too many. Denken's fight with Macht reinforces another major Frieren motif in the irony of a simple spell in Zoltrak that ended up becoming a fundamental human spell derived from the Demon Sage of Corruption. Like Serie's flashback with Fern, humanity advances much faster, and its greatest gift is the gift of generational knowledge that is passed down. That is the differentiating factor that offsets, and one can say is actually a blessing, versus those like elves and demons that live for centuries. Before we continue, one of the subtle things Denken mentioned was this turbulent era. This can very much explain maybe something about the Empire, or probably more likely what's happening in the Southernland Wars. That is something that will be more relevant in future arcs, but those are the biggest points I believe Kanehito wants us to consume. So as we near the end, we are at Chapter 101, Breakthrough. The cover features an older man back to back with the much older battle damaged lady. Still in the Golden Land, Denken remains face to face against Macht, and he proceeds to show the might of his spear, cratering the ground like a seismic catastrophe. I am both your master and an enemy you must defeat. If you so desire, I shall fulfill the role of your enemy. I am Mahato of the Golden Land, one of the 7 demon sages of destruction of the Demon King's army. Kakugo! A swirl of mana that mimics a golden serpent-like creature surrounds Macht like an aura, and he dashes right at Denken and unleashes the mana right at him. Macht has altered his fighting style completely. He uses shards of gold to shoot waves of attack right at him. It's an attack he will not end up surviving if taken directly. More spams of pew-pews land upon Macht, but the golden shards act as a protective barrier. As Denken struggles to land an effective hit, the golden shard sneak up right behind him, but Denken's defensive magic holds up momentarily, and he gets back at the serpent-like waves of golden shards come crashing into the ground, where Denken appears to be fatally hit, and he slowly gathers himself up onto one knee, with just a graze of hitting him. Through his defensive spell, it far exceeds any offensive magic that Denken has faced. Just as Denken devoted the majority of his life training for this day, Macht has literally done the same and kept it a secret for possibly his own special moment against someone. He must have done so anticipating the advances of magic. I mean, he did serve Gluck for what, 30 plus years? And he must have learned intimately how much humans change in such a small time period. This is the apex of magic. Just another example from another greater demon, Demon Sage, or even Frieren, that humanity could never hope to reach. This is the true power of the 7 Demon Sage of Destruction. Denken gets off his knees and removes the golden shard, as he will not bow down to the apex. Being alive with an able body means he can still keep going, and so Macht keeps up the flurry of waves coming right at Denken. Just narrowly avoiding another attack, mana detection becomes almost worthless in predicting his attack, as what he did to Macht is doing the same to him. He keeps focus and makes sure to hit every opening before it happens, and is convinced he is ready to deliver that. Another massive wave of golden shards explode to the ground, with Macht controlling it with a spear while Denken falls back. He remembers being the cool old guy that gave Frieren that look when she asked if he could handle him, and it would be a travesty to let her belief in him down. So this fight must end with the mage wearing a monocle being the victor. Macht smiles on, knowing damn well Denken's stubbornness is one of his greatest traits. Flashing back to a blast, Solitar attempts to take down Frieren with their signature high five of a demon hand. She notices that Frieren is trying to stall and to maintain a safe distance to come up with some kind of scheme. But as we all know about these dots, pew pews. Solitar is amused that humans like Zoltrak so damn much. Its piercing magic makes it great for the offensive and is versatile in its application. The problem with Qual's spell is that it is so universally understood that humans can use it as well. It's so fundamentally used for war that it yeeted more humans than any other spell during the Sutherland conflict. That makes it twice now that Kanehito has subtly hinted at massive drama during the Sutherland Wars. Qual, the great elder sage of corruption, must be beside himself at the irony of humans using a spell to take out other humans in the opposite place of Oriole. How'd you know that Qual is dead? Remember, I'm a chatty patty that makes people chat with me. It could even be people you know, Frieren. A moment of silence occurs because that definitely hits a soft spot, even though Frieren knows Solitar is purposefully being provocative. Words are just used for demons to agitate humans, to take advantage of the rise that comes from what are hurtful words to humans. In Frieren's own words of hearing it, it is infuriating, even though they are sounds that are meant to hurt the soul because humans find such meaning in it. It's quite fitting for a predator that knows its prey. Her words are calculating and specific, likely through the experiencing of yeeting a godly sum of humans. Back to the actual battle, Solitar tells Frieren that her buying of time is pretty much futile. Demons aren't actually that dumb when it comes to humanity's magic and are able to deduce the construction of curses, especially when Frieren is giving her so much time while she figures out something on her own. No matter how far advanced humanity's Zoltrak is, demons will be able to figure it out. This is something that becomes quite important for what happens in the Goddess Monument arc. Before the match continues, the Order Man still holds his inner shonen, Monaco Lewinsky, still continues shooting his shot to hopefully blow Macht's world away, showing that Macht will soon be able to deal with Denken's Zoltrak. Frieren continues doing the same as Solitar shows off how ineffective it is. I mean, you could say that all you want, but look at that shoulder, it screams Zoltrak. Frieren delivers a shot right at that same shoulder Fern hit, with Frieren determining that highly concentrated Zoltrak should work. Solitar gets up out of the smoke to tell the elf mage that she is correct, but the nameless demon with the name of Alone tells her that she's already witnessed that little maneuver as she holds up her hands to show her her latest trick. Solitar put up some kind of shield made out of her mana with her increased reaction time due to Frieren just stalling her out, giving her time to analyze and adapt. The hero's party's mage remains up in the air while Solitar just stands on the ground. To Frieren, nothing is completely unblockable and shields are meant to be broken. However, she still needs to throw Solitar off and be all around quicker and faster. This makes her think of her poor purple-haired apprentice of the Southern Lands. What about the redhead? She continues recalling that Solitar yeeted them, and it's not like there is any evidence that leads her to believe that she could be lying, because facing her now, she is like that. Solitar brings up her hands, getting ready for another hand of the talk, but Frieren doesn't have time to dwell in the what ifs. She has all the time in the world to believe and trust in her friends, because that is what Himmel the Hero would do. Gambling on shonen qualities proves to be a good bet, as Frieren puts on a grin, thinking about the optimism she has in those she has surrounded with. And plus, she's used to gambling. The chapter ends with the two simultaneous battles, soon concluding Both Solitar and Macht have shown their best hand, as well as Frieren and Denken, showing that they could take advantage with their variations of Zoltrax that the two greater demons were not prepared for, but it is certainly coming to the point that they will soon overcome it. If you know what happens in future arcs, some of these lines, especially related to the Southern Lands, means that much more as a foreshadowing because Zoltrax's origins used in the war. Other than that, the chapter ends on a nice conclusion with some good old classic shonen. Believe in friendship, guys. Chapter 102, A Tie, is a throwback to a young adult Denken training with Macht. It is one of many matches, as the opening panel is what will soon be one of their last. Macht's golden shards continue to make waves at Denken. With each attack, it has been becoming more increasingly likely that he will sustain damage. The golden shards are slammed on the ground with ferociousness, but Denken still feels like he can adapt just enough before being overwhelmed by being calm and observing. A word echoed by Solitar's own observation about humans. It's kind of a surprise for him that he's able to even last this long, with Macht being at the apex of magic, a word Fern used against Frieren's clone when she was forced into a corner. Still, it's not like he didn't expect Macht to be this strong, so it's still well within his expectations that he was prepared for. The odd thing about memories and experiences of the past is the fact of how you perceived them before. They remain the same, like adults still being adults, and Macht still being his master that he could never surpass. Even though he's talked himself into ultimately fighting him, he never actually thought he stood a chance. But Macht sustained damage one more time by Denken's Zoltrax, and as the battle actually continued, there is a sliver of a chance he could win, no matter how low that probability is. Macht finds himself in a stance no human man would like to find themselves, on their knees. But what you don't expect is the most effective kind of an attack, as Macht uses the element of surprise and break through Denken's defenses and puts a hole in the almost 70-year-old man's body. Denken looks on with Macht gazing right back at his student and removes the all-transforming weapon from his body. Now, Denken has found himself on his knees, with blood pouring out his body, with the hopes that the ending could have been a tie rather than a loss. Macht remains standing and looking down right at his student, but is slightly confused because the damage he took should have incapacitated his ability to speak. Still struggling, bleeding on the ground, and looking like he won't actually go down just yet. It is his student's stubbornness he knows all too well, and so Macht determines that it must end right now. But before the final strike ultimately lands on Denken, miracle of all miracles, the hacks that is hacks, and Frieren doing what no other person has done yet, even Ashi no Megami didn't figure it out. After undoing Dia Golds on herself and Denken, she unleashes the undoing of the entirety of the Golden Land, as the transmuted shards of gold that envelop their surroundings, including the fortress city of Weiss, those that have remained frozen for 50 years, are now present in the same state 50 years later. Macht gets to witness for himself that his transmuted gold turned into being no more, and just as he looks off to the side to inspect what just happened, he noticed that Frieren actually did the thing she said she could if she had the time, and saved Weiss. With just that momentary distraction, Denken hit them with the Monaco Lewinsky and blow the hole right through this hired being's chest. So whose hole is now? It's all Denken needed to finally play his final hand, his trump card. Macht now noticed that he got hit with the highly concentrated Zoltrax spell. He is not one to let his guard down, yet he did. The words now echo in the minds of the readers as we remember what Schlott said, that Macht never lets his guard down. It's very unlike him. He asked Denken why he didn't use such a powerful ability earlier. It's quite obvious from the genius of demons being able to adapt on the fly to new magical attacks, meaning Denken saved his Monaco Lewinsky attack spell of a highly concentrated Zoltrak for the very end, something that Macht himself taught young Denken. Now master, it all ends in a tie, as reality slowly sets in for Macht with his body slowly fading into mana dust. Back at the battle between Solitar and Frieren, with no gold to be found, Frieren has finally did the thing and analyzed the golden land completely in reverse via golds. It's actually crazy that Frieren was analyzing the entire golden land while fighting Solitar. What Solitar doesn't understand is the fact that helping others actually help yourself, something that a person named Alone would never understand. And so, do you see it yet? Do you feel it? Because it's too late. Because you just got Fern from very, very, very far away. The odds of trusting Fern and Stark turns out to be much better than gambling on mimics, as the great mage Frieren tells her Southern Land student how much she is proud of her. Fern falls, but a strong man is there to catch her. Are you okay? Just not her mana. It looks like the nameless demon got hit with a Monaco Lewinsky, but instead she got blowed from very, very far away, outside the range of mana detection. Something out of her expectation, but one where we have been accustomed to.
Subarashi.
Like we learned from Flame, you gotta trick demons. It becomes a familiar position for Frieren as well, standing right over a dying demon, and one where Solitar has already mentioned what she would do when faced with her mortality. But before we get there, back in the past against Bose the Immortal, one of the 7 demon sages of destruction, Himmel has ganked them from behind with his fake hero sword and delivered a slash that ended his life, with his last words being, "How?" Bose the Immortal only respected Frieren because she was the one that broke the barrier, yet didn't realize that humanity's strongest heroes were right beside her. Underestimating them was his biggest mistake, and those that end up belittling humans end up paying for it. Like how all the humans before that underestimated Macht, it seems like the shoe is on the other feet. Solitar laughs like a maniac, even on the ground, almost dead. She can't help but be astonished and intrigued that she would make a fatal mistake like this one, and is so much into her studies of different species that being defeated like this seems fitting for a demon. Frieren asks if she was going to plead for her life like she said before, and Solitar replies back if she wanted her to. The Demon Slayer doesn't give a Zoltrak! Well, that was the end of that, and it seems like Denken doesn't need the assistance of the other apex of magic. This is one of those chapters that makes Frieren special in ways where it's not about pure strength. It ends up being about various other qualities that are fitting for the themes of Frieren. Denken used his experience, memories, patience against a foe that is clearly stronger than him. To defeat a demon, you must trick them, something that Frieren's backstory with Flame established early on that actually caught Macht by surprise, along with the helping hand of Frieren removing the Golden Land. In the past, after Frieren broke Bose the Immortal's barrier, we get to witness exactly how the hero's party defeated 2 of the 7 demon sages of destruction, with the other likely being Grassum, and check out my other videos about those. What Himmel says and does here during the fight against Bose is actually going to be one of the most referenced moments in all of Frieren. I know I say that a lot, but these are in the top tier of most chapters we end up going back to, as the Foundation Festival arc and potentially many future arcs will address the impossible being possible and to not underestimate and belittle humans, especially when it is humans versus humans. Another core issue that humanity has to face. Now, we are at the last 2 chapters to conclude all of the Golden Land arc in chapter 103, Time for Retribution, featuring a cover of a flashback of when Macht bowed down to Gluck one more time when he turned him into gold with the words, "You were a great partner in crime." With the golden land reverting back to the fortress city of Weiss, the student tells his master that their match will now conclude as a tie. With those last words, Denken falls to the ground. Holding his chest, Macht cannot believe he's been Monaco Lewinsky'd by German named Thinker. Look at that hole. You can fit a monocle in it. Slowly bleeding away, with only his thoughts dragging across the side of the building. He must regroup, concluding that Frieren is still alive as he makes it across the other end of the building. It's all the Ningens he betrayed. He looks on in dismay as all the people are gasping at the fact that they can see that he got Monaco Lewinsky. Dude, who blew you? Daijobu, Daijobu. Macht continues walking like he's never gonna be the same demon again and thinks of the nameless demon being dead. It flashes back to their conversation right before the fighting went down, and she tells Macht to get ready for the showdown of coexistence. But he halts her as she looks back to ask why she wants to help him. If someone as well studied and analytical as Solitar is convinced that coexistence is impossible, then why help? Sometimes people need to see the impossible up front to finally change their mind, and although Macht didn't like the Demon King had this similar concept of coexistence. In the pursuit of coexistence just ended up being a great war against humans. It is because of that war, life was unenjoyable with nothing good coming from it, unlike her own experiments and conversations with humans, where she actually got to learn something. And even demons could lose what they call friends. Demons almost went extinct, with humanity almost obliterating them. Macht gets her back to the question at hand of why she is helping him. He states that Solitar should just yeet him here and now because he's not going to change his mind anytime soon. Solitar continues her amused look, and perhaps she might have just saw her friend in him, the Demon King, who couldn't stop his pursuit of the same outcome. Macht looks off to the side as Solitar comes clean. She did indeed come to kill Macht. However, she became afraid of Macht's power and is not willing to put her own race before her own life. It doesn't matter how different you are as a demon. In the end, you are a demon, just like me. The Demon King, Schlatt, and Macht all have qualities innate to themselves as demons. That is everything Solitar would like to tell him for now, which brings us back to the present with Macht barely holding on to his life, walking through an alleyway after alleyway. He feels embarrassed, and even after putting on the stone bracelet of servitude, he never felt afraid of his own mortality. If he could feel emotions that of humans, that would mean they could coexist. Facing retribution for whatever he has done was something he could accept. Except here he is with each step, each smear of his blood-filled mana, tracking across each and every building, running away from his own humiliation, trying to stay alive. Like every other demon before him, he is no different. He's just running away, trying to flee to somewhere that has no destination. He realizes that he is leaking too much of his mana and will soon not be able to continue on. Where is it that he could go? It all leads to this moment, from a servant to his human master, partner in crime and Gluck, with Macht surprised to see him one more time. Gluck calls out to Macht, with Macht getting on his knee to serve him one last time. Gluck asks where exactly did he get that hole in his body, but Macht couldn't help but smile and recall the words Gluck said right before he turned into gold. It seems it's time for me to face retribution. Of course, Macht posts himself against the wall as Gluck pulls out a cigarette that's often attributed to it being the very last time. Except this time, it might actually be the last one for Macht. He lights his own cigarette and asks if Macht would like a smoke of his own, and Gluck does the honor of sparking one up for his partner in crime. Macht tells Gluck that he was never able to understand anything, as Gluck apologizes that he was going to follow him into the depths of hell until he obtained the emotions he was looking for. The smoke continues, with Gluck saying he actually meant every single word he said. Looking down at the ground in introspection, he knows Gluck meant what he said, and look at who is coming. The man that Monaco Lewinsky mocked. The thinker, Denken. Macht couldn't help but smile and see once again just how stubborn his apprentice is. At first, Gluck didn't have any words, but he recognized Denken even in his old age. Once Denken got close enough, Macht's innate will to live has taken him to a place that he was willing to yeet his master. Gluck sees that his partner in crime is really beyond help, with the stone bracelet of servitude still working on him. Such a thing would have been impossible if he truly felt what malice and guilt was. Macht continues looking down on the ground, with Gluck putting his hand on his shoulder once more. He tells Denken, "Please Denken, put him out of his misery already," as Denken loads up one more big one to blow him away. Denken falls back down again with his father-in-law right there. Gluck's soldiers come to ask about the chaos, and he tells them to not let this man die because he is the hero that saved all of Weiss, as all of Macht dissolves into mana dust, leaving Avik the Sage's legendary magical item behind. Gluck still has some last words. "My friend, I enjoyed the time we had together. I truly had a wonderful time with you." In the end, Macht truly couldn't feel what humans felt, reverting to what every other demon would have done in prioritizing their own lives over others, who never understood what retribution was for all the terrible acts that he has committed. To us humans, he's a mass murderer. To him, what's the big deal? And that is why the man with the monocle wins. The flashback between Macht and Solitar gave us a little insight into what was already introduced to us in the fact that Solitar wanted to initially stop Macht from seeking out coexistence because it just leads to more demons being annihilated. Because demons can't comprehend that their natural instincts is a threat to human survival. Solitar detailed a little more about the Great War being started because of the Demon King, who had much in common with Macht, who wanted coexistence as well. Both just led to bloodshed, as Fern said herself that a third of the human population was left after its peak, and on the flip side, demons are now almost extinct because of it. Beyond that, Macht's last moments with Gluck was very fitting. Everything has culminated to this point, and one can even say that Gluck set up for this possible ending by having Macht train his eventual killer in Denken. There's much full circle moments, but I will save many of these for future videos. Now, it's the final chapter of the Golden Land arc. Chapter 104, A Visit to Her Grave, featuring the twinkle of the Man of the Monocle, Lecture. Where Solitar saw the Demon King inside Macht, now it's just retribution, delivered by yours truly of the Monocle. Back in the room where the light shines once again over a lively Weiss, Denken has finally awoken from his lifelong battle to save his home and asks where he's at. It is actually the Church of Weiss, with Denken looking over to ask a follow-up question of how long he was asleep. 3 whole days. It's been quite some time, but the attendant goes out to inform Gluck. Denken looks right outside the window, and it's as lively as ever, back to normal if you will. So the man without the monocle won. Inside the same church, he had those special memories with his wife, simply stating without a shadow of a doubt, he is back in Weiss. Gluck comes marching in with his cane, with Denken calling out the Lord Gluck. In the 3 days, Frieren has informed him of everything, jokingly saying that he told Denken to come back to visit, but not actually take a half a century to do so. But he thanks Denken for saving Weiss. There is a moment of silence, but Denken is a humble man that knows that he couldn't have done it all without some help. Gluck puts on a smile in agreement and tells him that he actually has some great friends, and back to a handful of those great friends are Stark, Fern, and Frieren. It's pretty much routine at this point that after almost dying, Stark ends up doing push-ups, but Fern is in her ... mood, looking to call Stark Bakemono. This time around, he didn't get fisted, so there wasn't a fatal injury they needed to worry about. And for warriors, they are forever bonded by the fist, and it's nothing compared to gaining Monaco Lewinsky. Fern whispers to Frieren about her thoughts on this monster, but it is something warriors are used to, being on the front lines, taking in all the damage. When similar happenings occurred to Eisen the next day, he would be squatting with a gigantic boulder on his back, making Hyther cringe. Fern and Stark very much mimic a similar scenario. With Stark back to avoiding death once more, Frieren asks him to help her do some shopping, as Fern apologizes that she does need some more rest. It's okay. Daijoubu. They can finally get some relaxation in a city that has some cool grimoires that were cool 50 years ago. And look at what Frieren has here. It's a shadow dragon horn. It's the same thing she got back from Himmel in the first chapter, and something that remains a mystery for what its core purpose is. It's something rare and valuable, but Fern thinks it's just a waste of money. What is that kind of aura giving off? Is it evil? Harmful? Who knows actually? For all we know, that might actually be the thing that saves the world. No matter, the entire town is very much lively and friendly, thanks to Lord Gluck. And it's not bad to legitimately take a break because the Northern Plateau has been a dangerous ride. Frieren takes a peek back at her young buckaroos and has nothing but praise for them, as they truly contributed as a team to help Frieren win a big one. Both feel proud and humble at the same time, as it's another chapter down of some of their greatest hits. And now, back to the old classic Frieren montage. Food shopping, grimoire shopping, push-ups, community-driven babysitting, brunch, and what is that? It is dawn. And Frieren's party goes over to see the now healed up Denken of the monocle. Both smile on in gratitude to each other. It ended with the best possible scenario. Both shake hands with no dialogue needed, as the setting changes once again to Lord Gluck. Frieren's party is ready to head out, as they have had plenty of rest to continue beyond Journey's End. Gluck mentions that it is a good time to leave because the Imperial capital sent an envoy to visit Weiss, meaning there might be a little chaos from 50 years of investigating what the hell actually went down. He looks back to tell Frieren that all the corruption of Weiss can now be exposed, including his own. It is rather strange to see a person so accepting of this outcome that negatively affects him, but it is something Gluck told Imperial Mage Denken, a person with enough power to sway nations. This ultimately reminds him of his own son and how he is now fulfilling his wishes. Justice can finally reign over Weiss, and he couldn't be more ecstatic about it all. Thanks to Frieren's party and Denken, they were able to save Weiss. Even as thankful as Gluck is, Frieren still questions it, with his demeanor slightly shifting. He brings up the fact that Frieren saw Macht's memories, and he doesn't resent her for wanting Macht to die. The end for him was retribution for being a villain, and it ended with a magnificent end provided by yours truly of the monocle. Without undoing Diagold's and seeing for himself everything he has done and still not feel anything, he couldn't have accepted his death the way he did without her help. The tragedy of not seeing that his efforts were in vain would have been an incomplete story for him, and for that he is genuinely grateful, and that is his truth. It is an answer that Frieren too can accept, and Gluck wants to get Denken for the send-off, but they have already met up with him. They also don't want to intrude on his ultimate prize of visiting Lek Ture's grave, that he never gave up in the end, which led to the ultimate outcome of saving everyone. The arc ends with goosebumps as one last Frieren montage shows the strong woman behind Denken's strength taking care of him during his studies, dancing all fancy, having a simple picnic, gazing at the horizon, a husband of the monocle, being by his sick wife's side, and it ends with Gluck and a couple of guards sending off Frieren Fern and Stark. And that leaves us to a satisfying end. If you guys enjoyed this recap and mini breakdown, rest assured there will be a lot more Golden Land related videos on this channel. If there is anything you guys want me to cover, let me know in the comments below. But I have a ton of different topics that I'm sure you guys will all be excited to watch. And if you guys are up to date with the Frieren Manga, I have a ton of other Foundation Festival arc videos, so please go check that out. But yeah, if you guys made it all the way to the end, I appreciate you guys watching, and I'll see you guys on the next video.